can help you all out as far as the process goes. Sorry, I'm just looking through to make sure that there isn't any. I want to mute just a couple more people that
muted
be speaking. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start the
broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Okay, so we are going to open the agenda for April 20th for the Architectural Board of Review. And let's start with a roll call.
Thank you. This is Mary Ternovskaya, Commission Secretary. Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Six.
Here.
Board Member Black.
Here.
Board Member Cunningham.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Here.
Board Member Whalen.
Here.
And Board Member Watkins is absent.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to general business and starting with public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not on the agenda today.
All right, so I did see a hand for Ms. Gott, and she did send a message requesting to speak, but the hand's gone down, so I'll just check. Ms. Gott, were you wanting to speak at this time? This is Matthew Azilma.
Yes, hi, Matthew. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just checking to see which device is actually active. Yes, I would like to speak on general public comment and on the consent calendar before that's ratified.
I will start the 2 minutes and you're good to go.
Good afternoon, board members. I want to remind you about some of the requirements that you have, which are listed in the ABR guidelines. And that is when you are reviewing plans and you are approving them, that you actually have to have the plans in front of you. I'll give you an example. An example would be a fence or a gate or a building that someone actually shows you plans for, and that you see them and that you review them, including the materials and the color if you're going to give final approval. If you don't have items like that, you are not supposed to be giving a final approval or PDA, because you do not know what that building or that fence will look like once it's built. If you give PDA or final on consent or at full board, that's in your ABR guidelines. That's also part of your purview. You're supposed to be reviewing design, and that's all elements of design. And if you can't see something, you shouldn't be approving it. This is why I'm recommending that we go and have another refresher course on what your purview is and what you should be actually making comments on versus making conditions on, and the type of language that is supposed to be used when you are making those motions and approving them. Because I'm finding it really unsettling to look at some of the minutes that are being put up for approval that clearly there was an absence of documentation and discussion and review and understanding of what was necessary to actually have something approved. So I would really urge that you all ask for and get, especially for the new members, a meeting where all of this has gone over again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised at this time. Members of the public, if you do wish to speak, there is a raise hand button. You can see on your screen directions on how to raise your hand if you wish to speak. If you have comments on an item that is on today's agenda, we ask that you do so. Raise your hand at the time of that item. I don't see any raised hands.
Okay. All right, then we will close public comment and move on to approval of the minutes for April 6th.
So moved.
Okay. Have a first.
I'll second it.
Okay, is there a discussion? No discussion, okay. Let's do a roll call vote for the motion. Matthew, would you take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Here.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
I believe that's everyone.
Motion passes. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar for the 13th.
Yes, 1 second, Mr. Chair. I'm pulling those up. For the 13th.
In part of my interruption, Chair Moore and Matthew, we have at least one member of the public who'd like to speak on the consent calendar.
Yes, and Ms. Scott, did you want to speak on the 13th or the 20th?
No, for the 20th, which is,
Okay.
excuse me, not for the 20th, for the 13th. I apologize.
Okay, so that would be during this. So let me read the minutes and then I'll unmute you again and you'll have your 2 minutes.
Okay, great.
All right, so for the April 13th, 2020 ABR consent agenda, we had item A, 315 Bath Street was, excuse me, my computer froze, granted project design and final approval. Item B, 415 North Salsipuedes was given project design and final approval. And those were the 2 items. And so, Ms. Scott, I will unmute you now, and we will bring up that screen again saying 2 minutes, and we'll start again.
Okay, so this is the project that I actually kind of alluded to during my public comment, which was really about the availability of seeing designs before you actually approve something. There was a 50-foot fence and gate that, of course, are right at Salsipuedes. And this was actually given design approval, yet there were no materials, no fencing, no colors, nothing was provided. There was just a fence noted on the plans. That's a problem when your purview is actually design review. But more importantly, the actual minutes that are in the consent calendar do not reflect the motions that were actually made at the meeting, some of which were actual requirements. And some of the requirements will like show the fence and the gate, but how do you do that if this is final design approval? It is very concerning that we are actually approving things without design approval. But more importantly, some directions that were very specific to this approval had to do with the parking lot. And they were to reduce the parking spaces directly behind where the ADA parking place is. And by doing that, you would eliminate the recycling and trash cans and possibly the bicycle parking. In addition, this particular project requires that you actually back out at the end near a building where parking places are. And there is no way for these vehicles to back out because there's no turnaround. There was no 5-foot buffer for the turnaround for the ADA space or the other parking spaces. This project really needs to be brought to the full board. You should not be approving any of the minutes on this particular consent calendar because, in fact, they are wrong. Thank you.
That is 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak about this? Matthew?
I do not see any hands raised.
Move we accept as presented.
Okay, we have a first.
Second, under discussion.
Okay, let's hear your discussion.
is the consent calendar individual that reviewed this have any issues with what was presented by the public?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. So we had any more discussion? No? Okay, let's do our roll call vote.
All right. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion carries.
All right. so
All right,
for-
and now the 20th.
Yes. So for the Architectural Board of Review consent agenda for April 20th, item A, 1136 East Montecito Street was given approval of its review after final with the granting of a minor zoning exception. The item B, 708 North Aliso Street.
Matthew,
Yes?
can I interrupt?
Sure.
Can you read, Matthew, when you read these, can you read the owners that are, oh, here they are. Okay, is this it?
Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, there it is. That's nice.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that's just the agenda, but I have the minutes here and I'll read them. Yeah, so we have approval of review after final with and granting of a minor zoning exception. We have item B, 708 North Aliso Street. The proposal for the increase in height of the fence was denied. 36 Hitchcock Way received project design and final approval. Item D, 2814 Serena Road was continued indefinitely to Planning Commission with comments. And item E, 300 West Pueblo Street was given project design and final approval with the no visual impact finding.
Okay.
I move for approval of the minutes of April 20th.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? No discussion? Okay. Let's do our roll call vote.
All right. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Any announcements, requests by applicants, etc.?
No announcements from staff today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. And I don't imagine there's been any subcommittee activity to report on. No?
None that the
Okay.
city would be aware of.
Okay. So that means we can move on to our agenda items. And that would be item number 1, which is the Butterfly Lane pedestrian underpass.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just some staff comments before. And, oh, sorry. Can you read the project description? Then I'll do staff comments.
Yes. Yeah. This is a proposal for improvements to a pedestrian underpass. Project proposes to repair and renovate the pedestrian underpass connecting Butterfly Lane beneath Highway 101 and Railroad. Project requests comments from ABR, but is not within jurisdiction of the city of Santa Barbara.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just some, as it says on the agenda, this is not something that the city will be granting approvals on. It is owned by the state and managed by the Department of Transportation, who is here today to represent their improvements for the site. So today, we're not looking for a formal motion. We would just be looking for summarization of the comments. And then, yeah, so I'll hand it over. And we do have Robert Dostalak representing staff here. If you have any questions about on the planning side of things.
Correct. And I just wanted to provide a quick lead in, if that's okay.
And actually, I'm sorry, Robert, this is Ellen Kokinda. Pardon my interruption. I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping. If everyone could go ahead and mute themselves who's not presenting, because we're still picking background noise and it's a little disruptive for everyone. So yeah, if when you're not speaking, please mute yourself. And if you wish to speak, go ahead and turn on your mic. Thank you.
Okay, is it safe for me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Moore and board members. I'm Robert Dostalek, Associate Planner. And I just wanted to provide a quick introduction for this item as it is a little unique. And this is a project that the Planning Division processed a coastal exemption for this last year in 2019 to allow for ADA accessibility upgrades to the north and south portals of the Butterfly Lane pedestrian underpass. For those of you familiar with this amenity and know that it exists. And although the project did not trigger design review, the Caltrans design team offered to provide a presentation to the ABR as a courtesy. And the project design team has indicated that although certain design specifications, such as the sidewalk or ramp width, are fixed per Caltrans standards, there is design flexibility for some of the finishing details, such as handrails, concrete, textures, colors, and landscaping. And as such, the applicant has offered to provide a presentation today to solicit some comments and suggestions from the ABR on some of these cosmetic details. And that's all for staff remarks. And hopefully the Caltrans design team is on the sideline and can take the presentation away from here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Moore and members of the commission. My name is David Emerson. I am the Caltrans project manager for the Butterfly Lane pedestrian undercrossing project. Just going to provide a quick background and overview of our ADA program and the reason we're doing this project, just for some historical context. And I also have with me Chris Manning, who's our landscape architect. He'll be doing the majority of the presentation today. I also have Ashraf Rahim, who's the project engineer, and Paula Huddleston, who's our environmental planner, in case any questions come up that they can answer. Essentially, this project is a spin-off of our ADA improvement program, which stems from a lawsuit that Caltrans had back in 2010. And the lawsuit essentially said that Caltrans did not have ADA compliant facilities in a lot of instances. And Caltrans subsequently lost that lawsuit. And as part of that multifaceted settlement, we have an obligation to go back and retroactively fix a lot of our sites that are not ADA compliant. We also have an annual budget that we're required to adhere to. We're supposed to spend $1.1 billion over the next 30 years, starting in 2010. And for the time frame that we're in now, that equates to about $35 million a year, and it steps up in 10-year increments to reach the final amount of $45 million per year in the last year. Now, this is all retrofit work. It doesn't apply to our new construction. All of our new construction is required to be ADA compliant at the time of completion. So as part of that program, we were required to identify a funding and identification practice for identifying projects as candidates and to prioritize those projects within our district. We also required to create staff positions both in the district and in headquarters, create a grievance procedure for public complaints, do survey work to inventory our facilities, and to retain an ADA consultant who reviews our program, performs spot checks of our facilities, reviews our grievance process, and prepares annual reports to determine how Caltrans is carrying out with their responsibilities. So this particular project is relatively low usage in comparison to a lot of other facilities, but there was a grievance filed at this location. So essentially, what we have here is a location where we're improving two areas, the staircases on the north and the south portals. And
the expense of this project is rather high because of the constrained right-of-way and the environment which we're working in. So this is about a $4 million project. And usually a project that's this expensive with only 2 locations would be low on the priority list. However, there was a grievance filed against this location. Apparently, Montecito resident was wheelchair bound and used this access to get to the beach and was not able to do that because of the stairs. So that grievance essentially made this project rise to the top of importance. So this is on our design programming schedule right now. We anticipate to be complete with design at the end of the year in December, with going out to bid early next year, and we'll probably be in construction middle to late summer of 2021. We expect the project to take approximately 6 months to build. There will be times when the portal will have to be closed, because you can see the construction that we're proposing is integral to the operations of that tunnel. In addition to that, there's also a railroad improvements component that we're presenting, but it's not part of what's in the city of Santa Barbara. It's this pedestrian undercrossing is right adjacent to the railroad, and the railroad crossing now is simply an asphalt path that crosses the railroad with a crossbuck symbol. The PUC, which is the Public Utilities Commission, and the railroad both met us on site and determined that since we're making this modification to the tunnel, that essentially is a modification to this railroad crossing. And so we have to upgrade the crossing to be as safe as possible and make it ADA compliant as well. So that you'll see some graphics associated with that, and basically that entails some hand railings, some guardrails, a little bit additional lighting, and then also some pedestrian arms and signalization. So Chris, I'll hand it over to Chris right now. The railroad components of the project are not in that $4 million. That amounts to about another $750,000 worth of improvements. So with that, I'll hand it over to Chris, and he can take over the particulars of the design. Chris, are you there?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I see a thumbs up. Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Dave. My name is Chris Manning. I'm a landscape architect with Caltrans, and landscape architects often direct and participate in the aesthetic elements of built elements within the state right-of-way. That's how I got involved on this project. If I could ask whoever is controlling the slides to advance the slide, please. So I'll try to make this brief so that we can get to any comments or questions you have, but there's quite a bit to go through here. As you probably are aware of the location, it's between Hot Springs and Olive Mill, and it serves as a existing corridor for pedestrian and bikes accessing the beach and the Coast Village Road from the beach. You can go to the next slide. Just getting a context view of the project site. As you may know, there's commercial on the north side of the freeway and pretty heavily vegetated residential on the south side of the freeway. The two parallel yellow lines represent the approximate location of the underpass, and the red arrow pointing downward is pointing to a metal grate that provides natural light currently. However, with the subsequent HOV projects coming along, that will be covered, and in our lighting upgrade, which we'll talk about later in the slide presentation, we address that with new lights within the pedestrian undercrossing to accommodate for that. The red line on the right side represents about the limits of where the portal structures, as we are calling it, on the north side is going to, and the yellow circles just represent some of the trees that will either be removed or pruned back. Next slide, please. As we walk into the pedestrian crossing, there's a mural originally painted on one side by Larry Iwerks and later retouched, and the art was mirrored to the other side in 2006, which was led by Austin Smith Lamson and many others in the community. Our design solution wanted to respect and complement this colorful art and not compete with it, so we kept that in consideration. Next, please. There are several design constraints on this north portal in particular. here you see the proposed layout with an overlay of the various constraints. The very significant and high-risk design constraint is the 16-inch diameter high-pressure gas main, represented in the red there. It wasn't feasible to relocate, so we had to work with it in place. The dark blue represents the state right-of-way. The green represents the edge of travel ways. Orange is representing storm drains, and the light blue is the 6-inch Montecito water main. And we have an oak tree on the right side that must be removed. You can see it conflicting with our layout there. And we're not entirely sure, but the other trees that are providing some screening on the other side to the left may need to be removed or at least trimmed for construction purposes. Next, please. So here's a proposed layout overlaid with aerial photo. The proposed structure, as we're calling it, extends about 80 feet to the east. The ramps, of course, meet ADA requirements, and they're less than 8% and handrails on both sides of the stairs and ramps. You'll note that the staircase has a mid-landing as opposed to a single-run staircase that is existing, and that's certainly a desirable user-friendly feature. Next slide, please. And again, for a little context at Street View, here is we are standing at the intersection of Coast Village Road and Coast Village Circle, looking towards the portal entry. And you do see, when the vegetation is cut down there, you do see a bit of the freeway there. Next, please. So as we get closer to the portal, on the left, you see the existing sidewalk between the red line and the staircase. The portal, that exceeds 5% and therefore will be reconstructed from that red line to the portal so that we don't have any walking areas that are over 5% without a handrail. And the photo on the right, it's covered by some vegetation, but you see the arched parapet wall over the portal entrance, and we intend to either maintain that in place during construction, or if it needs to be removed, we plan to reconstruct it to its original form. And you'll also note the C-channel on the right side of the stairs under the handrail, and that's intended for walking bikes up and down the staircase, and is often used by cyclists. However, it may be difficult for some users, so that's the other benefit of this project. Is I'm certain the introduction of ramps will be appreciated by bicyclists and strollers and other wheeled devices. Next, please. So we did some modeling to communicate to our team and to help in the design process. And this is a proposed design looking south, and again, we're at the north portal, looking towards the highway as you approach the portal structure. And you'll see the arch parapet wall is maintained or rebuilt if necessary. We're proposing two primary concrete textures on the wall and a cast in place or form liner. Stone texture will be, we're intending to be integral color or stain. And that will be primarily on the tall walls. Those are the walls that are adjacent to the edge of the highway. And then we're also looking at a more subtle, less heavily textured, naturalistic or abstract form liner texture on the other walls. And we have examples of those in subsequent slides we'll show you. And this is how both portals will be treated in the same manner. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. Just another view of the model we did, and you will notice the transition on the barrier, the vehicle barrier that is separating the portal structure from the northbound highway there. And the current standard is 3 feet high, and we're proposing to go up to 5 feet high as it spans the bulk of the portal. And the purpose of that is just to provide the users some sense of separation, and so you don't feel like they're walking right into the visual and noise of the highway. as this slide also gives you a sense of the proposed lighting. We were going to maintain the light fixture over the portal entry, or actually replace it in kind, and have new lighting for safety purposes along the ramp there, as you see. This slide also shows our intention of planting, which is going to be low-growing succulents or aloe species and California native ground cover, such as manzanita, and with the intention that once it's established, it will need very little or no water. And next slide, please. Just another slide of the model. I should point out the guard railing isn't exactly like we have in the model here. I just used this particular guardrail because it's transparent and easy to use, but subsequent slides will show where we have a central ring in the top of the guardrails, and I chose to match the guard railing that's at State Street and 101 that was done in the late 90s, because I just figured, to be consistent with the corridor. Next slide, please. So moving on to the south portal, this layout fits within the limited space between the southbound 101 shoulder and Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way. The safety improvements and upgrades, as Dave mentioned, are being coordinated with Union Pacific, and those will include, and we'll see a slide later that show the engineering drawings for crossing gates, audible railroad crossing signal, decorative steel fencing to match the guardrail that we propose on the portal structure, so it's consistent, and detectable warning paving surfaces to meet ADA requirements. Next, please. So here's the existing view of the south portal from the end of Butterfly Lane, and the red line indicates the limits of the work right at the end of the roadway there. And some of this vegetation near the at the end sign will be removed for construction access. Next slide, please. And getting a little closer to the existing south portal, there are 3 trees that will be removed and some other shrubbery that will need to be removed in order to make way for the structure. Next. So in our model on the south portal, we're looking as you enter the Union Pacific right-of-way from Butterfly Lane, you will see these pedestrian scale crossing arms. And again, you will note the variation in height of the vehicle barrier from 3 feet to 5 feet. I think that shows best on the left side of the primary wall there. And next slide. And just another view, kind of highlighting in this case, 3 double-headed post-mounted pedestrian scale lights. And we do have a small planter between the Union Pacific right-of-way and our portal structure, where we intend to have some durable succulents that, again, will, with a few years of irrigation, should be okay on their own without a lot of maintenance or concern. Next slide. Again, overall showing the double-headed light fixtures, and I think this is a good slide to also express the interest in cladding the actual culvert entry with either wood or textured concrete to look like wood, because when we remove those existing walls that go into the culvert, we're going to have some sort of raw, cut surfaces. So to address that, we thought to introduce sort of a wood trim to both sides of the portal entry and have a little reliefed element that mimics the parapet wall on the north side with a contrasting color, sort of a mission-inspired double arch, and perhaps some recessed text in the entry saying Butterfly Lane or some other identification for the undercrossing. And okay, let's see. Yeah, next slide. Thank you. Let's see, what do we got here? This is just one of the textures we're considering. A proposed concrete form liner. It would be used on the primary caisson retaining walls, those being the tall walls that are right adjacent to the vehicle barrier, as depicted in the previous slides. Next slide. This is an example of the proposed concrete form liner for all the other retaining walls that we're considering. And it would be either with integral color stain, and I see this as an organic or naturalistic texture that's emulating ripples you might see in the sand at low tide. And again, the primary intent of introducing texture is to discourage graffiti and provide some visual interest. Next slide. And this is another alternative form liner that we've considered for the short walls. It's similar to the previous texture, but it's a little more refined. And incidentally, the form liner, some of the form liners anyhow, can be used either as a negative or positive texture. And by that, I mean, for example, this is the same form, the same texture rather, but it's just reversed. So there's some possibilities there. We're looking for a little input and had these ideas.
Okay, Chris, I'm going to ask you to try and wrap it up. Yeah. We have a lot of items to get through.
Yeah, it's very good. Just a couple more slides.
Great.
You could go to the next one. Next slide, please. So with lighting, what we're doing is our proposed light fixtures are the small version of this existing city street light, as is shown here, but with a shorter horizontal arm, and the color would match city standard. Next slide. We've done a photometric study of both portals. We're looking at approximately 3-foot candles when there is movement, so we would be having a motion sensor and on the ramps, and approximately 10-foot candles when there's movement at the stairs. There would be 8 to 10-foot candles inside the portal itself at all times. Those would be all new fixtures. And the sensor can transition slowly back to a dim position and to a bright position, so that there wouldn't be like a blinking light. And finally, the second to last slide, I believe. Next slide, yeah. So this is, if Ashraf wants to speak at this point in time, our engineers, Ashraf and others, are working with Union Pacific for the construction plans specific to the railroad pedestrian crossing. So Ashraf, do you have anything that you might just add at this point before we go to comments or questions?
I see that Ashraf is, his microphone is unmuted, but I haven't been able to get a response from him.
Okay.
Well, unless it's something that hasn't been covered in the renderings, in those views, I think we get the gist.
Yeah, okay. Very good.
Okay. So if that's everybody, then let's open public comment for this item. Is there anybody that would like to address the board about this item?
All right, and just as a reminder to those of you in the audience, there is a raise hand button, and that's how we are made aware that you wish to speak on an item. If you look on the screen right now, you have instructions on where that button is located, and seeing no hands, I think we can turn that back to the board.
Okay, then we will close public comment and move on to questions. Mr. Black, do you want to start with any questions? Oh, I think you're still muted.
I don't have any questions right now. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham?
No questions. Thank you. I will have comments.
Okay, Mr. Six?
No questions.
Mr. Olson?
No questions.
Mr. Whalen?
No questions.
Okay, I think that's everybody. All right, well, let's do comments, starting with Mr. Black.
I think in general, it's a great solution and much needed. You know, I'm sure most people here have been through that tunnel a bunch of times, but I think what's being proposed is a big improvement. You know, I might have some issues with some of the materials, perhaps. I would, you know, where you show that form liner, sandstone block. I think that's the way to go. You know, that was used quite a bit along Mission Creek, and with quite a bit of success. I'm not sure I like the that sort of decorative textured pattern on some of the lower walls. It just seemed a little too decorative. I think I'd want something a little bit simpler than that. But the rest of it, I think, is great. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, I've got a few comments. I would agree with Mr. Black regarding the form liner. I think the sandstone texture is probably the only one that I would be in favor of. Looking at this, I'm thinking of the two vehicular undercrossings that we have at Garden Street and State Street, where the decorative elements basically is an embossed, I guess, treatment on the overcrossing in plain concrete, and I think it's quite successful. I'm not sure that going to the expense of the form liners at all makes a whole lot of sense from my standpoint. One of the issues that I have with form liners is expansion joints, which, you know, ultimately make whatever you're doing look fake. In particular with the sandstone, it's a very nice texture, but you're going to end up with expansion joints that interrupt that texture, and simply, you know, it's hard to pull it off looking authentic. So I would suggest you just go with the more simplified solution, just plain concrete or colored concrete with some kind of embossed texture, again, similar to the State Street or Garden Street undercrossings. Second, the gooseneck light fixture over the portal, the entrance, is, since you're going to be changing that, I would maybe suggest that you try, instead of having the gooseneck arm, use perhaps a version of the arms that you're using on the pole lights, which look a little more traditional and a little sturdier. I don't think the gooseneck works with, if anything we're trying to do is traditional. And finally, I would say that it would be nice if on the south side you could introduce a couple of trees. It looks like there's sufficient room in the planters, although we're not looking at scale drawings, to accommodate some shade on that side. And that's it for my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Six, any comments?
Yes, I would agree with Mr. Cunningham on the simplified texture, and just less is more. I think that it's a very nice project, by the way, that the character of the rings and the railing and so forth will carry along jambs, and also the lintel and jambs should be matching the color of the rest of the colored concrete, just to not just to bring it down a notch. And again, less is more. And I agree with Bob on the gooseneck. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Olson.
My concern is with the portal. I think that it seems underdeveloped and unappealing to me. I would prefer more work in the design of that element. That's all my comment.
Okay. Mr. Whalen, any comments?
Yes, one tearing off Member Olson's comment and the others about forming the concrete. At the south portal, when one exits the passageway, you'll be faced with a relatively blank wall. I think that it should have some kind of importance, either a mural or a textured pattern or something that relates to the surround of the portal, if I'm making myself clear. I think that blank wall is quite important to the passageway as one makes their way from north to south.
Okay, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, Matthew, do we need to list all the comments or is that sufficient?
We do not need to list the comments. We'll have those written as each member gave them.
Mr. Chair, do we need further discussion, therefore more guidance on? I hear some members saying that they would like some more articulation at the portholes, and some of us are saying less and no formwork and so forth. Are we good with the divergence of opinions here, or shall we do something to give some guidance?
Well, this is kind of an odd project for us because ultimately they're here for our input, but don't require our approval. So I guess we could do, if it makes sense, to do a straw vote of which approach.
Yeah, let me change my comment. I think that the design elements around that porthole are awkward with the wood and the barrel and so forth. If it was more traditional or elegant or something that I would go for more ornate, as several of the board members have suggested. So I think that comment will give a better direction, I think, and align with the other members.
I can agree with Mr. Six on that subject.
Okay. Did we get all that, Matthew?
We did, Mr. Chair. And
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are we going to be seeing this again, or is this the extent of our input?
Good question for staff.
I'm going to turn that over to Robert Dostalak. Clarification.
Mr. Chair and board members, yes, so this is just a one-stop look at this project, and with the purpose of being the Caltrans design team to take and digest some of the comments provided by the board to consider while they're drawing up their final drawings.
Okay.
If that helps clarify.
So there you go. We will not see this again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so if that's all the comments from everybody, anything to add? No?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
If this is the last time we're seeing it, I think that the design around the porthole should more have as I say, faux sandstone um, stacked jams and maybe a keystone type of thing. I think there's some very elegant keystone designs like the underpass at State Street, different scale and all, but there's some very nice layouts that could be had. I think that if one gave up this, I think, awkward shaped double barrel thing that's there now and do something in better, with a better design, I think that would be my suggestion. Thanks.
Okay. Well, let's move on then to item number 2.
All right. Item number 2, Shoreline Drive. I just had an email from Carl Treiberg from the waterfront. He is going to attempt to call in. So we'll give him a couple minutes for that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll take advantage of this opportunity to recuse myself. My firm has
Muted.
contracts with the city of Santa Barbara, so I will be in conflict on this. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. And if you are conflicted out of an item, we ask that you turn off your microphone and your camera. It's the technological equivalent of leaving the room. So
I believe I've done so. Thank you.
yes, you have. Well,
Thanks.
yes, I'm not seeing him.
Part of my interruption, Chair, this is Ellen Kokinda. Mr. Cunningham, I think if you are using your phone to call in, you might have to press the mute button on your phone in order to not pick up sound.
You mean I don't get to listen in?
Well, I'm sorry, you get to listen in, but you're able to speak. I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that. If you mute, it means that we don't hear, like you, if you speak, we won't hear anything, but you'll still be able to listen.
I understand that. I will mute now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I might suggest we take a recess while that gets set up. Unfortunately, we can't hear things out of order, and rather than sit here awkwardly all looking at our webcams, it might be nice to take a short recess.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then let's recess for, is 5 minutes enough time, do you think, Matthew?
I
hard to say.
Yeah, it is hard to say.
Okay. Okay, we're going to recess for 5 minutes. Thanks. Number 2, 401 Shoreline Drive for concept review. And this is a proposal for an ADA compliant gangway in the Santa Barbara Harbor. Proposed 80-foot long gangway ramp will provide supplemental access to the accommodation dock south of the city pier. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Project requires compliance with project compatibility analysis and the following guidelines, the Harbor Master Plan Design Guidelines. And we saw you last year in February, I believe, February 10th of this year. So welcome back. Begin to introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Carl Triberg. I'm the Waterfront Facilities Manager.
All right. Should we walk us through any updates?
Yes. At the last meeting, you had 2 main comments. Can you go forward a page or 2? And I think I could explain them to you. And next page. And page 3, please. Okay. So an accommodation dock is the main dock in front of our administrative offices. It's where the Harbor Patrol vessels are located and where all visiting vessels come in to register with the Waterfront Department. It has a short little gangway. It's kind of on the left side of the screen there. I don't think I can point to it, but yeah, there it is. And so the Americans with Disabilities Act requires that compliant marinas must have an 80-foot long gangway. And so it's regardless of the tidal amplitude, they have to be 80 feet long. So that's what this project is. So we hired a firm, Moffitt & Nickel, a marine engineering firm we worked with for years, and they designed a similar gangway at Sea Landing where the cruise ships come in, or used to come in, I should say. So this is the design. You can see the long gangway running diagonal across the sheet. On the right-hand side is up on the sidewalk, kind of in front of the offices, and there's a little abutment that the gangway attaches to. And then at the bottom is what we call a landing. There's a little dock addition that will attach to the existing docks. And there were 2 main comments from ABR last time. At the top abutment by the sidewalk, there's a little rail. And at the bottom, there's also a little rail because the docks are a little bit of an inconsistent height. So if you go to the next page, okay, so this is a little bit hard for me to see. Okay, so if we look at the top where the sidewalk is, so in the lower right-hand corner, you see 2 people kind of standing and there's a little bit of a rail. So but the board had asked that rail match the existing rail at the top of the sidewalk. So any of you who've been to the harbor, I'm sure you all have. It's a anodized aluminum rail, 4-inch centers, vertical posts. And that's essentially what that's calling out, is to match that. It's a crane, what we call a crane bear product. At the lower end, on the left-hand side, there's also a rail. And it's hard for me to see, but you see a single person standing on the upper left corner in a detail on the gangway. And then if you go to the left, there's a little rail. Keep going to the left, that rail right there. It's not quite right. That particular landing dock is higher than the other one. So there's a rail proposed right there. And that rail is to match the existing handrail at the bottom. So I think that's on the next page. Yeah, so this is the existing, you can see the photo on the lower left-hand corner. It's a different architectural design of the existing gangway. So the board had asked that the rail at the bottom match the rail pattern, which is, it's an aluminum rail. It's not anodized, but it's still vertical pickets on 4-inch centers, ADA compliant. So that's what that detail is trying to call out, is that rail at the bottom matches the existing gangway rail, and the rail at the top matches the existing handrail all along the marinas. And that was the gist of the nature of the comments from the board at that time. And so that's what these revised plans should reflect. I cannot hear. Okay,
Kevin, you're not on. Kevin?
Sorry. Matthew, is it possible to get the motion from the last review?
I have it in front of me if you'd like me to read it to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that okay? Would you like me to do that? Is that okay, Matthew?
Are we talking about the minutes from the last meeting?
Yes, that's correct. Okay, there were 4 items. The first item, the overall layout and utility of the design is acceptable. The second item, the proposed upper railings at the cantilever top landing shall match the existing bronze picketed railings, and that's what we're trying to show in those plans. The third item, the third comment, the aluminum material of the gangway guardrail shall match the anodized color of the existing railings, and it's kind of a goldish color up at the top. And then the fourth comment, the railings at the lower landing shall match the railings and guardrail of the existing gangway. And that was 6 and more, 6-0, Cunningham absent, motion carried. So that's what we're trying to show in those plans. So hopefully it's clear to your board that those were the revisions that were requested and that we made.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then if that's everything, then we will open for public comment. Is there anybody that wants to address the board regarding this item?
We have one hand raised, and for people who aren't aware, there is a guide we've put up on the screen for how to raise your hand, and that lets staff know that you'd like to speak for 2 minutes on any item on the agenda. We're currently on 401 Shoreline Drive. I see one hand from Mr. Sharp. I can unmute you now. Oh, he's self-muted.
So
Mr. Sharp.
my interruption, this is Ellen, Ellen Kokinda. Mr. Sharp, if you click the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, you'll be able to unmute yourself in order to speak.
The hand has been raised for a while, so it may be.
Right, I don't know if this person, if he stepped away. Yeah, he might have stepped away at this moment. So I
have a feeling he's looking to address a different item.
Yes, I definitely think he's here for Galavina.
Item
okay.
5,
All right.
yeah.
So I think we can keep moving with the item if Mr. Sharp doesn't want to unmute. Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go to questions. Mr. Six, do you want to start?
No questions. Well, I do have a procedural question. Can we move this forward to consent for compatibility analysis, preliminary and final?
That is within the power of this board, yes.
Okay. Mr. Black, any questions? I think that was a no.
No questions, sorry.
Okay. Mr. Olson?
No questions, but I sided with Mr. Six on his comments.
Okay. Mr. Whalen? Questions?
No questions.
Okay, I do not have any questions either. Does anyone have any comments, or does somebody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that the project as presented is acceptable, that project compatibility analysis, project design approval and final design can be done at consent calendar at the applicant's schedule.
Okay. I would second that motion. And under discussion, I would say, can we edit the motion to continue the project to the consent that, well, that the board feels the project is ready for the discretionary approvals and that we would continue the project to the consent agenda.
Agreed.
Okay. And I'm assuming that would be an indefinite continuance, Matthew, is that correct?
Staff has not completed its completeness review, so that is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So that would be a indefinite continuance. Okay. We got our first and is there any other discussion? First of all. Nope. Okay. So we had a first and second. Let's do our roll call vote.
All right. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Yes.
Board Member Olson?
Yes.
Board Member Whalen?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day.
So our next item is scheduled for 4:25. So we're right on schedule almost.
Oh, sorry for the typing. All right. So 6:35. Let's see. Do we have everyone on that application team? I see making Tony Tomasello a participant or panelist, and Katie Moses as well.
Okay, we have
So
Mr.
both
Cunningham
of them-
back.
Yes, we have Mr. Cunningham back. And could Tony and Katie please unmute themselves and turn on their cameras? Might be an issue with the number of cameras. So at least one of you can be up. Can you test out your mics?
Tony's here.
Perfect. And Katie?
Katie's here as well.
Perfect. All righty. We can begin the item.
Okay, so this is item number 3, 635 East Gutierrez Street for concept review. This is a proposal for a new industrial structure to house energy storage. Project entails demolishing a 6,912 square feet of existing non-residential structures and constructing a new one-story, approximately 9,260 square foot energy storage facility on a 14,713 square foot lot at the corner of East Gutierrez and North Quantina Street. Loading and turnaround areas proposed and no vehicular parking spaces are proposed. Grading quantities consist of 6 cubic yards of cut and 1,040 cubic yards of fill. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing, and this project requires compliance with the compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines, outdoor lighting design guidelines, and the Haley-Milpas design manual. Okay, welcome. If the applicants could introduce themselves.
Tony Tomasello, I'm the senior planner with RRM Design Group.
And Katie Moses, an architect with RRM Design Group.
And Mr. Chair, we do have some comments from staff, but if we could have one of the board members maybe turn off their camera just for the time being while the applicant presents, it is nice to have who's speaking showing if at all possible. Thank you very much. So this project will be going to the Planning Commission for development plan approval findings, and I believe a conditional use permit. This planner is not here, so I'm going off of memory, but I'll let the applicant explain further. But this is so at this stage, we'd be looking for positive comments. If you believe that the design meets the project compatibility analysis, you'll be making that preliminarily when you send it to Planning Commission for their review of land use approvals.
Okay, and to clarify, Matthew, there's a conditional use permit required? Is that what you said?
I believe so. I'll let the applicant team explain further, but it does need Planning Commission review for, I know for sure, a development plan approval, and I believe it is a conditional use permit as well.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
All right, I'll go ahead and get us started off and give you a quick overview of what the project is. It's a little bit unique and not something that we see every day. But this is a battery energy storage facility. This is a project that is being proposed by ES Volta. They're a developer and manager and operator of these battery energy storage facilities throughout the state. They have a number of them that are in operation, and these are developed sort of in partnership with the energy companies as well, as a way to, for a variety of reasons, which we can get into in just a moment. But so this project is at 635 East Gutierrez Street. There's existing industrial uses on the site, which would be removed and replaced with a new building. That's approximately 9,600 square feet or so in size. It's a development plan, is that there's just under 3,000 square feet of additional square footage that would be added. And then this is considered a public facility under the zoning code, which requires a conditional use permit in this zone. So those are the two discretionary approvals from Planning Commission that we'll be requesting. The location of this project is really driven by its proximity to the SoCal Edison substation, which is just southeast of the site along Quarantina, about basically just catty corner to our site. And what these battery energy storage facilities do is essentially there's a lot of energy that's produced during the day from solar panels throughout the city, and particularly in these areas. And the substation doesn't have a way to retain that energy. And so it basically just is energy that's wasted in a lot of cases. And these energy storage facilities are able to capture that energy during the day when the energy is being produced, and then save it for the peak energy usage times in the evenings and at night when people are at homes and have their lights and TVs and other appliances on, and redistribute that back onto the grid. So in areas where there is development or sort of infill sites and aging infrastructure, these projects are a way to increase the capacity of the local grid without having major interruptions or major infrastructure projects going on. So these are going, the SoCal Edison and PG&E are looking at expanding these types of projects throughout the state. So we'll likely see more of these in the years to come. With that, I'll hand it over to Katie to talk more about the design, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, so you want to shift to sheet A6, we can look at the site plan. Oh, sorry, you said to actually go back to A1. There you go. So we've kept the building pretty simple to kind of maximize the battery storage layout. And this building will not be occupied to the majority of the time. It'll have a maintenance person come in periodically to check things out and for occasional building maintenance. But so that's why we don't have a parking space. It's more of a loading zone and turnaround to get out. And
Sorry, Katie. Why don't you start with the big picture stuff, like the aerial photo? Where is this located? What's around it?
Okay.
What does it look like from the street currently?
Okay, go back to sheet C1, our survey. So right now there's a existing building at the corner of Quarantine and Gutierrez that's kind of a auto body shop. A funky shed, a kind of back Butler building warehouse at the back corner of the site. Yeah, and then some kind of office, I think some formerly residential space on the adjacent property line to the south, or yeah. So in this project, we're going to remove all of that, and it's in the flood zone right now. So we'll be raising the building up about 4 feet. So yeah, the flood zone BFE is on that sheet. And then if you go to sheet A2, you have kind of the aerial and the site photos around it. So you can kind of see on that aerial catty corners where the current Edison plant is. And the adjacent, the existing buildings kind of down in the bottom row, it's just a auto body shop that's got a bunch of cars parked around it. So then if you go to the next sheet, with the battery storage facility, we have some pretty substantial code. It's an H2 occupancy. So part of our design is to keep the constructability of the building with 3-hour walls on the property line side. And all the openings will need to be protected. So with that, we can probably go to the elevations on A6. On the bottom is the Gutierrez side elevation. We've got a large awning and a bunch of window openings with some just a stucco building with wainscot and some recessed openings that'll keep it nice and simple and consistent with the kind of contemporary industrial feel of kind of Santa Barbara in the Funk Zone area. If you go to the next sheet, we've got some larger overhead doors in the back that's not on the protected openings portion of the building, so we can get some larger overhead doors in that side. In the west elevation below, we have a ramp to get up the 4 feet to keep an accessible path of travel to the building. Also on the north elevation, there's another stairway to get up on into the building for a second exit. If you go to sheet A9, we have the materials called out. Just a white stucco, some poured in place concrete wainscot, dark anodized storefront. The window planters are a metallic copper and some black wrought iron railings and stone veneer. And then the last sheet is the landscape plan. There's a couple of larger street trees on Gutierrez that we're keeping. We are adding in a sidewalk and driveways on the Quarantina side with some new street trees along there that And the plants are shown on the bottom, kind of a preliminary plant list. So let me know what questions you have and what your thoughts are.
Okay, thanks. So we will now open for public comment. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak at this point?
If anyone in the public would like to speak, on the screen you'll see instructions on how to raise your hand, which lets us know that you are requesting to speak. We do have one hand raised. It is Mr. Sharp still. So I just want to check in to see if he would like to speak on this item. All right.
Sounds like no.
Yeah, I would say no. So I think we can move forward.
Okay, so we're going to go to questions now. Mr. Cunningham, do you want to start? Uh-oh.
Okay. Mr. Cunningham, we can't hear you. Have you unmuted yourself on your cell phone?
I had to shut off my cell phone because
we've got you now.
Yeah,
you got me now. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Good.
perfect.
Yeah, just one question. It looks like there is a different the wall of the building, the wainscot of the building from the wall adjacent to the access walkway. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
It
again?
looks like you have two different stone. One on the wainscot of the building and one on the adjacent wall.
Right.
Is there any particular reason why you're doing that rather than doing them matched?
No, just to bring in another element that kind of complements the others.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Olson?
No questions.
Mr. Six?
Yes, first of all, there's a street widening. You're setting it back from Gutierrez because the street widening is, do you know the process, how possible that is? Or is it just not going to happen?
Looking down the street, it doesn't look very possible because there are many buildings that jut out into that street widening easement, but we've been asked to maintain that easement for this project.
Understand. There seems to be, and it's probably that the construction and fire protection plan does not sync with the site plan as far as there's a different layout for the yard and a entry walkway off of Gutierrez. Is that outdated? And we should not look at that?
Yes. Don't look at that. Correct.
I would say don't look at the site plan, but the building layout, I believe, is generally correct.
Right.
Is that Katie?
Yeah, we just didn't take out a walkway from Gutierrez on that sheet.
Right, that's right.
And I'm sure just checking you're at the absolute minimum height above these battery storage units for your roof structure, and also minimum height above the inverters.
Yeah, I believe.
Or building that affect the height of the building.
Yeah, I believe they needed 12 feet clear, and then we left some room for mechanical and the structure. And then we have the roof parapet, so that's
so they wanted 12 feet, and what do you have from finished floor to bottom of structure?
I believe we have 15 feet clear.
15?
15, yeah. So we left.
So, okay. And what is that structure? Open
It needs-
trusses?
Yeah, I think it'll be
What?
steel trusses because it's a rated assembly.
Okay. Now, there is, I think the perspective shows the yard being mostly landscape. That's not the case. There's a lot of equipment that's going to be in there, transformers, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, we're waiting for some information from Edison because those will be Edison provided and maintained.
Okay, so there is possibly some flex in moving that thing around.
Moving one thing around.
Moving the layout of that yard due to Edison's input.
Yeah.
Okay. And could you tell me about the raised planters at the window pockets? I think Mr. Cunningham would be concerned here. Are those going to be rather tight for roots and so forth? Are they not? Are those? I guess my question being, are they open to the earth down below?
No, they would not be.
And
so they'd have about 4 feet of planting depth because we're raising the building 4 feet, and they'd be right at the finished floor of the building, the top of the planter.
Yeah, I understand it. Would there be, is there a bigger footing down below at the grade?
Not
that would
necessarily.
stop these plants from going down to Mother Earth?
We don't have the structural engineer on board yet, so that's kind of to
Very
be
good.
determined.
I think that's all my questions.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham?
Thank you. Actually, I don't have any questions. I think I asked my questions, didn't I? You in comments now?
No. Sorry, Bob. Mr. Black,
I'll hold for
any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Whalen?
Yes, first I'd like a clarification on member 6's comment about that was sheet A versus A1 versus A3.A in the entry pavings, right? There's some disagreement about what's paved and what's not.
Right. So the site plan on A1 is correct.
A1 is correct. All right. Did this come about because there was some thought of making an entry on Gutierrez Street at one time?
Yes.
All right.
But we
That's
had a
helpful. That accounts for the awning, right? Okay. And then finally, could you talk about the glass? It appears to be high mirror finish glass.
I think that's just our rendering. It'll be fire rated glass, but it'll be a storefront system.
So to be more specific, Ms. Moses, is it transparent, translucent? Is it spandrel glass?
It'll likely have a translucent finish on it due to the equipment inside.
The point being, can I see into the building from outside the building?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. So to follow up on Mr. Six's question, so on the site plan, you show a bioretention basin, future trash enclosure, four-way switch, transformer, switch gear. a whole bunch of stuff in there. Any ideas about how tall it will be?
I
How it
believe
will be
the
screened?
larger switchgear towards the back is probably the tallest, and that's probably a maximum of 5 feet tall.
And that also has to be raised above flood level?
We typically Edison transformers are not raised above the flood zone, so that's a question we have into our clients about whether or not that needs to be raised or not.
Okay. Any thoughts about screening all of this? Or is there a fence or a gate contemplated at the driveway entrance?
Not at this time.
Okay, let's go on to comments.
One more question.
Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
One more. Well, I can, another question for Katie. If you have to set back for the street, is the canopy on that Gutierrez side in jeopardy, and or is it doable?
It's doable. We had I think it can project up to 4 feet into the street widening setback.
Okay, my comments are, I think that, the yard is going to be more a service yard. And the reason I ask whether these things can be reconfigured, I think there needs to be a fence and a sliding gate in order to hide these things from the street. I don't think that the parkway landscape is going to be enough. And I would love to see the fence set back, perhaps with the bio-retention in front of it, and therefore affording some foreground material, plant material in front of it.
Mr. Chair, I apologize, and Vice Chair Six, could we have the applicants turn off their cameras at this point, since it is back to the board, and have board members turn on their cameras?
All right.
So that's my first comment. My second comment is, when I study the elevations, and you could we can see it right here. I think that there's a lot of unneeded mass at the very corner of the building. There's this, I can't point to it, but there is a recess for the stair, and at the bottom of the stair there's a big empty open volume that I know what you're doing here. You're creating very at the very corner. Yes, right there. See the mass, the area just to the right of that, inside the building. That right there, I feel, especially when you look at the elevations, is an unneeded mass. And I would like to see that pull it back, open up the corner a bit, and have this canopy or wrap around this corner and reduce its mass at least. Can we go to the elevations? Yeah, next, was it next or the other elevations? Yeah, okay. Or better yet, the perspective. Yeah, see where you've got, it seems like the parapet heights, that you've got this big mass in the middle, and then you jump down to the sides at the very west and against the service yard. seems to me that should be flipped. It should be that all these windows and so forth should be the low parapet, and then I'm having a hard time here. If we look at the quarantine perspective, for instance, we have the high parapet above the recess for the opening at the stairs. Can you point to that? So that above there, that's a high parapet. Then just to the left, just to the right of that is a lower parapet. It seems to me those should be flipped. So the corner mass, apparent mass, is lower. And as I say, reduce that unnecessary mass at the very corner. I think it needs to be massaged a bit to reduce the mass at the corner. I don't think that the raised planters need to be raised. I think, and I don't know whether Bob would agree with me, but I think those plants would be a lot happier, especially along the Gutierrez elevation, to be at grade so they can expand out into the rest of the front yard. So I think that all that should be dropped. I think at the quarantine perspective, I think the handrail guard thing with its sandstone and so forth is unnecessary, much too heavy. It should be simplified just to a railing and let it be exposed, the ramp exposed, and a light railing. I think that's unnecessary. And I'd be very interested to see the accurate profile of the HVAC equipment on the roof. And if you're allowing so much attic space above the stacks, I think that they can be moved to the back of the building and push your air around under the open trusses, under or through, probably under. So I think that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Cunningham.
Thank
Comments.
you. I'd like to start by saying that I agree with everything that Mr. Six said, so I won't repeat any of it. But I will elaborate on rooftop equipment. I've seen some really terrible attempts at screening rooftop equipment on top of a building. And I think going forward, my position on the ABR would be that rooftop equipment should not be visible, even if it's behind a screen. In other words, we need to see the building. We don't need to see a building with rooftop equipment with artificial screening between it and the public view. So I think when we see this for PDA, we need to see a building that has no visible rooftop equipment. Next, the street trees specified on the site do not match the designations on the city's tree master plan. I've provided the names of those trees to those species to staff. Staff can provide them to the applicant rather than go through that now. But please contact the city arborist and visit the site and locate additional opportunities for street trees. I think you've got 3 called out on Quarantina Street. It looks like there's a possible 4th. And on Gutierrez Street, there may be more than one opportunity there. With regard to the species called out on the landscape plan, Parkinsonia Desert Museum, the yellow flowering tree, which is 4th from the left on the photos on the plan, does not do well in this climate. It gets very badly. The tree ends up looking terrible. The more appropriate species would be Parkinsonia aculeata, which is available locally and does just fine in this climate. Another tree that is specified on the plan is the Chitalpa. That has similar problems to the Parkinsonia Museum, so I would recommend looking for an alternate there as well. Oh yeah, there is a proposed tree in between the sidewalk and the building on the Gutierrez frontage that is very close to your canopy overhang. And I'm afraid that tree is going to need to be relocated. Otherwise, you're going to have problems. I believe that's all my comments. It's a very nice looking building, but it needs some attention with regard to the landscaping. Oh yeah, one more. In the yard to the north, the service yard, looks like there's room for planting some trees. I think we ought to have some skyline trees there if there's any possible room. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Black, I don't think you.
I don't really have anything to add. I would agree with the comments that have been made so far.
Okay, Mr. Olson.
I don't have comments.
Okay, Mr. Whalen.
Yes, thank you. In general, I don't think this building has much of a Santa Barbara feel, and some may argue that this whole neighborhood doesn't have anything. I don't think that's a reason that you couldn't have some sense of being in Santa Barbara. To that end, the stone veneer that's used on the loading dock side might be used around the base instead of that formed concrete finish, just simplifying the palette of materials and giving that familiar Santa Barbara stone some presence here on the corner. I'm not a big fan of these sheer plaster walls with no cap or molding. I don't think they weather very well. I think the building might, I'm not sure about this, I'll leave it to others to agree or disagree, the building might benefit from having a cornice that would cast a shadow and add some life and dimension to the building. The canopy on Gutierrez Street now currently is only over 3 of the 5 bays, and that elevation looks very unresolved from this former door or entryway that was going to be there. And tying in with that, the 2 Parkinsonia trees should align themselves with that bay rhythm on Gutierrez Street. Right now, they are just sort of randomly plunked down equidistant. This is more of a question than anything else, but the front door, I wonder how much activity is really going to happen here. It seems to me that anybody maintaining the site, it doesn't appear to me there'll be a lot of on-site people, but they will come in through the back door. So it seems like this whole idea of the recessed stair and front door is purely ceremonial. Don't really know where I'm going with this, but it occurs to me that this will look like some unused front door that will just get dusty and dirty. And finally, the alcove on Quarantina Street, next to the driveway entryway, is in need of glazing to match the other alcoves around the building. That's the comments I have.
Okay, thank you. My own thoughts are is that if we could flip to the sheet showing the photos of the site. Is that possible, Matthew?
So Timmy Bolton is in charge of the plans right now. So if he's able to get the plans, there we go. Which sheet is it on?
It's sheet A2.
Yeah. So, I mean, my sense of this area is that it's very eclectic and is meant to be an area for simple buildings that serve the community. And I think in that regard, the building as designed does that. It's a very simple stucco box with recessed openings and glazing. And I think we need to make allowances for buildings like this in this particular area. If we refer to the Haley-Milpas guidelines, they even talk about that this area is meant to be not like State Street. It's meant to be a little bit more achievable and less detail oriented. And, you know, buildings are supposed to be economically oriented here. So I wouldn't try to, in my opinion, I wouldn't try to add too much decoration or too much ups and downs. I think the use of the building is good, and I think overall the project in my mind is okay. I think it's a little unfortunate that it's going to be in an unoccupied building. So that would be my primary concern, is if there's going to be window film. That's a little unfortunate in my mind for this area. So those are my comments.
I would like to enter a couple of comments, especially more what you said. I'd like to support that, is how you view this kind of building in this location of Santa Barbara.
Okay. Does somebody want to take a crack at a motion?
And so
No
just
interest?
a reminder, if the board has some changes to the design that they'd like to see prior to planning commission review, then you'd want to continue this back to the full board. If you think that the design issues are ingermane to the land use review, then you can send it off to the planning commission. But you would need to make the project compatibility analysis.
Sorry, Matthew, you trailed off there at the end. We need to make project compatibility.
Yeah,
project
so we'll
compatibility analysis.
Compatibility analysis made at the same time as sending it to the, not made, but preliminarily made. You'd make it again at PDA, but this is just so that Planning Commission knows what they're looking at.
Okay. And in discussion, and I agree with Mr. Six's comments about the kind of the utility yard nature of the driveway area. I think that needs to be further developed with some sort of fence or a gate, because this is there's going to be a lot of items visible in there that should be screened well. Okay, is anybody interested in trying to craft a motion? No? Okay. Well, I will take a crack at it then. So, let's see. What I would say is that the board appreciates the thorough presentation and the extent of the design documents that have been prepared. There's obviously been a lot of study to get that far ahead in at the conceptual phase. And I would continue the project back to the full board. With the following comments: that the board feels the general mass, bulk, and scale of the project is appropriate for the site, and that additional study of the landscape plan is required. For instance, the street trees should match the standard tree as set by the city arborist. The area behind the building in the driveway shall be screened by fence and gate for the driveway, and that fence should be set back sufficiently to allow for additional large trees and landscaping to further buffer that fencing. All roof, or if any roof equipment is proposed, it should not be visible from the street. And that includes any mechanical screening. So we want the equipment to be situated in a location where it cannot be seen from the street, not simply screened. What else did I have? I had the board is concerned that the glazing will be opaque. Please provide samples of possible glazing films. That's what I have.
I'll second it.
Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Richard, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll second that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this is Tony Tomasello with RRM. I just wanted to confirm that whether the motion was for us to continue to Planning Commission, and then these would be comments that we can review with you as we get back for PDA after Planning Commission.
Okay. So I think that depends on the outcome of the vote, but in my mind, it was, these were
for a continuance back to the full board.
Back to the full board. But Matthew, if the motion is generally positive, would they not be able to move forward?
The motion would need to be a continuance to the Planning Commission for them to go to Planning Commission. So if So does the board wish to send them
Okay.
on? Planning
Well,
Commission?
so I'm going to amend my motion to continue the project to the Planning Commission with those comments.
I'll agree as seconder to that.
Okay.
And discussion, Richard?
Under discussion, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I heard you say that project design is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Just wanted to make sure we had that included.
Yes, if we could pull up the project compatibility analysis and have those preliminarily read into the motion for Planning Commission review.
Under discussion, is it appropriate to say that one member feels that the unnecessary massing at the very corner intersection should be restudied?
So that can be part of the motion. Typically, motions are supposed to reflect the opinions of the majority. So that's typically how they're crafted.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then I would echo Mr. Six's comment regarding that. I did say in my comments that I agreed with everything that he proposed. Thank you.
Okay. My motion, I think I'm going to stick with wording in my motion. So I would be willing to at least preliminarily read the compatibility analysis findings for the project. Now this would have to come back. We'd have to go through this again for PDA. So before I do that, I'd like to have I guess we're in the middle of the motion, but I would like to get a sense of the support for that from the rest of the board.
Support for compatibility?
Yes.
I don't support it.
I support it.
Okay.
Olson supports.
Okay, so Matthew, do we have oh, there it is. Okay. So to add on to my motion, then I would read into motion that preliminarily the project meets the compatibility criteria. And number one, it is in compliance with the city charter and municipal code and is consistent with the design guidelines. Matthew, don't we have a different list than this, what you're showing currently?
These are the project compatibility criteria. Okay. Yeah, and there are 2 slides. So there are.
Okay. All right, so it is compliant with the city charter and municipal code, and it is consistent with the Haley-Milpas design guidelines. And as far as we are aware, fully complies with all applicable city charter and municipal code requirements. And as I stated, the design is consistent with the design guidelines for this location and for its location within the city. Number 2, it is compatible with the architectural character of the city and this neighborhood, as it complies with the design guidelines and is a considerable upgrade from the existing condition on the site, and pulls elements from the characteristics of Santa Barbara, but does so in an economic fashion, which is appropriate for the neighborhood surrounding this project. Number 3, its mass bulk height and scale is appropriate for this site and location. We can have the next slide. Matthew. There we go. Number 4, it is sensitive to adjacent landmarks and historic resources, as we are not aware of any in the area or any historic resources in the area. There is no, number 5, there is no impact to ocean or mountain views. Number 6, use of open space and landscaping. The building is set back from property lines and provides opportunities for additional landscape in the driveway area and service yard. Okay.
I second those amendments.
Okay, thank you. Matthew, can we read the motion?
I'll hand it over to Mary Chernovskaya, who's been keeping.
Hi, this is Mary Chernovskaya. So the motion is to continue indefinitely to the Planning Commission with the following comments. The board feels the general mass, bulk, and scale of the project is appropriate for the site. Study the landscape plan. The street trees shall match the standard tree as set by the city arborist. The area behind the building and the driveway shall be screened by a fence and gate. The fence should be set back sufficiently in order to allow for additional large trees and landscaping. If any roof equipment is proposed, it should not be visible from the street, including any mechanical equipment. The board is concerned that the glazing will be opaque. Provide samples of possible glazing films. And then the project compatibility analysis criteria was made.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you want me to read through all of that.
No, that's fine.
All right. And it was made by Moore and seconded by Six.
Okay, is there any other discussion regarding that?
Mr. Chair, a clarification. That the statement regarding street trees is that the specified trees should match the designations of the street tree master plan.
Okay, yes, I agree.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification on the comments of the large trees in the yard, I think it goes without, just to clarify, in front of the new fence, the proposed fence.
Correct.
And I'm not quite clear on, I think you said types of glass, not types of film. Is that correct?
Well, I guess we can be, we don't know. Yeah, I guess we could say glazing or any glaze films covering the glazing.
I'd like that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
One more thing.
Yes.
With regard to the yard and the trees and the fence, the enclosure, I am not clear on where the fence is located on the site plan. My point was, in light of the amount of space shown in the yard, that ought to be taken advantage of with planting skyline trees, if possible. I am not sure how they would relate to the fence, but if they need to go behind the fence in order to take advantage of that open space, that would be my proposal.
Okay, well, I think we did say study the landscape plan, so I think there's sufficient wiggle room in there to allow design to happen.
Okay, let's wiggle.
Okay. All right, so if there's any other discussion, all finished. Okay, so we had our first and second. Let's do our roll call vote.
All right. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, we're going to recess for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before we go into recess, I need to recuse myself for the next item.
Okay.
Contract with the applicant.
Okay, great. 104 space parking lot, a carport structure supporting photovoltaic panels over 8 parking spaces, and landscaping. The project would provide valet parking for the proposed hotel in the adjacent site to the south at 433 East Cabrillo Boulevard. And it replaces the prior approved project for a back of house hotel operations building in a smaller valet lot. The habitat restoration of El Estero Drain on the site has been completed, and the project requires a waiver for an alternative parking lot landscape design. Looks like Mr. Baumann is here.
Yes, Chair Moore. If I could offer a couple of corrections to the agenda.
Great.
This is actually a concept review for the ABR, not a review after final. The project requires substantial conformance determination by the Community Development Director, which involves a planning commission hearing for their input to the Community Development Director. And prior to going to the Planning Commission for that hearing, we would like to have the ABR's comments today at a concept review to be passed along to the Planning Commission and Community Development Director. So for the purposes of this hearing, you can treat it like basically like a concept review of a new item, and just review and give us comments for design that we will pass along. There are no particular substantial conformance determination issues specifically for the ABR that are not already covered under your project compatibility analysis criteria anyway. The substantial conformance determination, I guess I should back up and say what that is. The project years ago had a Planning Commission approval of a development plan, a parking modification, and a coastal development permit. So the project description has changed somewhat. So that's what we're looking at in terms of substantial conformance. The project that you're looking at is at 103 South Calle Cesar Chavez. It's a valet parking lot for a hotel at the adjacent property site to the south, 433 East Cabrillo Boulevard. The railroad tracks between the properties is basically the boundary of El Pueblo Viejo. So the hotel itself is under jurisdiction of the Historic Landmarks Commission. But this site north of the railroad tracks is under the purview of the ABR, and some of you probably remember the project. I think that's all I have for now for staff comments. I'm here for questions for you too. Thank you.
Okay. Matthew, do we have our applicant team?
Yes, this is Suzanne. I'll be the first person to address the board.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to see all of your faces, even if only virtually. So thank you, Tony. That was a great overview. I just want to add a few other notes to that information that you just provided. So of course, the SDD that we're in the process of taking through the city review right now also, of course, involves the hotel on the south parcel. They're going forward together, the two parcels. And as Tony said previously, as some of the board members who were on ABR at the time will recall, there was about a 10,000 square foot back of house building on the north parcel, along with a 37 space employee parking lot. And ironically, the proposal today is to instead propose a 106 space valet parking lot, which I say ironically because back in 2007, before the 2018 SCD that I just described, there was a 104 space valet parking lot approved on the site. And the design that's before you today is essentially the same design as the 2007 approved plan, with a couple of differences which I'll describe. There's the 2 space difference, so 106 spaces instead of 104 that was previously proposed. And additionally, there is a carport with PV supporting a PV system on top of the carport that is proposed to satisfy a condition of approval. In 2007, when the previous valet parking lot was approved, the Planning Commission added a condition that required the applicant to study the feasibility of adding PV on the north parcel should it ever come back for an SCD process. So in 2018, when the back of house building and employee parking lot was proposed, there were PV panels maximizing, we put a maximum number of PV panels that could be fit onto the roof of the back of house building. The proposal before you today, since there is no building, puts a carport with an equal amount of energy being generated by the PV system on top of the carport, energy equal to what was generated by the rooftop system in the 2018 plan. So there's that difference. And there's also something to just point out that Lori will cover when she reviews the landscaping, is that typically parking lot design standards require a perimeter landscaping. In this case, given the site configuration and location, we feel, just as in 2007, the same approach was taken, that landscaping along the street frontage is sufficient to screen the site from any public views that there are of the site. And Lori will walk through that with you. So I think that's it. This valet lot will be controlled 7 days a week, 24 hours a day by the hotel. And we'd like to just walk through the plan with you now and recognize that these are very concept level plans. As Tony discussed, we need to come to you and get your comments prior to a community development director decision on the FCD, and prior to going to Planning Commission, they advise the community development director in this FCD. And so any comments that you might have about these very preliminary plans, we would be coming back to you after the FCD is approved and address any of those comments. And we're eager to get them from you today, and thank you for your review. So I'll turn it over to Kirk Ellis now.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Good afternoon, board, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kirk Ellis from Gensler. As you just heard from Suzanne, we've been working as a team through this. I'd like to walk you through what the plan is. If you can please go to page 15 of the PDF that we've sent to you. We're actually going to start there. We're going to jump through. There we go. Perfect. You're all familiar with the site. The lower left-hand exhibit shows the relationship of the north parcel to the train tracks, as was previously described by Mr. Bowman, and the south parcel. So you know the site orientation. I'm not going to bore you with redefining what that is. To the right of that is an example of the photovoltaic panels that are proposed for this. We have a separate consultant who's been doing the calculation and sizing for the panels. This is an LG system. It's approximately 2 inches thick, the panels are, and we have actually an array already calculated that corresponds to the size of the carport, which supports it. So for this page, I think we're done. If you can go to the next page of the PDF, please. Thank you. So the main plan you're seeing is the architectural site plan. The detailed plan to the upper left, that's actually the PV panel array above the carports. Let's talk about the site plan first. As you know, the driveway on Calle Cesar Chavez is there in place. What we have done is, with the parking study, which is compliant with the SCD document, we have 104 parking stalls that are shown here. We have minimized the amount of parking field to still work with the city's guidelines. These are valet parking stalls, therefore they're 8 feet wide, 16.5 feet long. You'll notice that there are doubles and triples because it is completely 100% a valet parked lot. As I said, we've minimized the amount of parking area as much as possible to still allow for proper car movements and safety on the site for those car movements. We also have a few setbacks, especially to the south, that we've already gone to the edge of. So the architectural site plan you're seeing before you here is really the best balance of providing for as minimal a footprint of asphalt as possible, but still having a safe environment to work within. The carport, which you can see in the architectural site plan, is to the west of the site. It follows the 8 stalls that are along the northeast to southwest boundary of the site. Those stalls, the calculations were done for the photovoltaic panels. That was done in previous documentation, shown to how much PV panel needed to be there for the energy generation. That was a reasonable approach to the site. Obviously, there's a little bit of shade that comes from the PV panels, but that's not the intent of doing that on the site. Something I'd like to point out to you is on the southernmost edge of the parking field, the stalls that line our site boundary, those are all permeable pavers. The majority of the actual parking field is asphalt. To the north and east sides, there is a concrete curb, which also serves as a wheel barrier. On the south side, though, because of our stormwater management plan, along that south edge, there is a 4 foot of raised curb, and then that raised curb drops down for 4 feet. 4 feet of raised curb, and then it drops down for 4 feet. What that allows us to do is, besides having a footing edge, is that allows us to have still a wheel stop for each stall, but allow that sheet flow of water to come off of the parking field and then get into the previously designed stormwater management plan. As was mentioned at the beginning of the introduction, the remediation's already been done on the site to bring this up to the code requirements for that stormwater retention and the El Estero remediation. You'll also notice at the very end of the parking field, a little bit south of the carport structure that carries the PV panels, is a small trellis structure. The switchgear and electrical equipment for those PV panels will be located there. It's open air, so it's basically a pad that's a slab on grade pad, and then this open trellis that's above that. If you could just pan up to the upper left, please. I want to just be clear about. Thank you. Yeah, so that's the array of photovoltaic panels. It's approximately 20 feet in the short dimension and just shy of 69 feet in the long dimension. And the elevation ranges from 11'6" for the PV panels, 11'6" off the ground at the low point and 14'7" off the ground for the high point. Okay, finished with this. Actually, just pan back out to the full sheet, please. I want to finish one thing. So you'll notice the curb cut that we have in the driveway. What we as a team have realized and discovered that there's an opportunity to, and Lori from Arcadia will talk through the planting plan. We did talk, there's a great opportunity we see to be a nice feature, and that is within that driveway, we can actually add a island in between the in lane and the out lane, still meeting, of course, the city's criteria for lane dimensions for parking lots. That'd be a nice little feature to add a little bit more green in that space. So we're planning on adding that in. And although it's not shown in this plan because it's conceptual, it's an opportunity we've realized as we've gone through this exercise. If you go to the next page, please, of the PTF, that'd be great. Good. These are, again, conceptual elevations of the actual carport structure itself. The basic structural system is a tube steel frame, which is actually a moment frame. The pitch angle is 8 degrees for the photovoltaic panels. So as you can see, I can't see the number of the exhibit, middle left, number 2. Yeah, you can see elevation number 2. That is the showing the true end elevation. PV panels sit on top of a subgirt system, which then of course lays on purlins below that. In the upper elevation to the left-hand side, you can see the dimensions of, as I just mentioned to you, 11.7 at the low point, and then 11.6 at the low point, 14.7. The middle 2 elevations, numbers 4 and 5, that is the proposed trellis structure that would be covering the switchgear. We're proposing for the tube steel of the actual carport that carries the PV panels to be painted a sepia color, matte finish. The trellis work would propose to be cedar wood, and that would be stained a sepia tone and more of a rough finish to that. The stonework that's below, that's the base for those posts, we would be proposing something like a sandstone. We don't have a final yet for that. We want to have something that's a little bit more durable base and gives it a little bit more of a pedestal. Then the elevation number 1 at the bottom, of course, is the reverse angle elevation. If you can go to the next slide, please, or the next page of the PDF. So this is just an end elevation, as I just said. It does show the wheel stop curb off to the lower right-hand side. The general frame, the architectural tube steel, that then have, this is an elevation. You're not seeing the other purlins that are beyond that end beam, subgrits that hold the PV panels. Pretty straightforward process as far as the PV panels being attached. It's an industry standard, really, nothing that's too different from that. As far as the site plan, we are able to accommodate all of our parking stalls and still have this structural frame come down to the ground. I wanted to reiterate something that Suzanne said at the intro, and that is, this is a completely controlled parking lot. We believe this is a very safe solution. It's not a public access parking lot, and therefore the valet parking stalls, which are stacked up, are still going to be able to be managed and controlled in a safe way without having to worry about people coming in and out to that. This carport system, again, will fit right into that safe parking plan, and then it provide this small amount of required energy back from the PV panels. So with that, that is our main description of the architectural features, and I've talked a little bit about civil. There's definitely a landscape plan that goes along with this, and so Lori Romano from Arcadia is also on with us. I'll hand it over to Lori now, so she can finish up telling you about the landscaping plan that's proposed for this site.
Hello, Chair Moore and board members. My name is Lori Romano. I'm with Arcadia Studio, and I'm here to talk about the landscape plan for the north parcel. So can you turn to page 4, please? So our plan uses natives as well as low water use trees, shrubs, and succulents. The parking lot is separated by a generous planting area from Calle Cesar Chavez. We're proposing Coast Live Oaks as a main canopy tree along Calle Cesar Chavez. Sorry, I'm using my hands to talk. And along with a variety of low, medium, and tall shrubs and ground covers. So there'll be a sequence of plantings, and these will include toyon, lemonade berry, aloes, agaves, and grasses. Let's see. Overall, we'll be planting 16 trees on the north parcel. And right now we're thinking about Coast Live Oaks along Calle Cesar Chavez, and on the southern border, we're having California sycamores, along with some more oaks and sycamores to the west. Wanted to point out the El Estero restoration plan, which is another plan that we did, and it has been implemented, as Suzanne said. It's the not a part existing to remain. So in this area, the biologist described all the plantings that we had to, that we needed to plant and in masses, and we did do that. But I wanted to point out that we also planted 46 trees in this area. So we've got a significant, little system of a good canopy of trees in this area, which looks very blank. Let's see. Along Calle Cesar Chavez, there's the Parkway Strip, and the existing street tree designation is the New Zealand Christmas tree. The existing New Zealand Christmas trees right now are stunted for years of drought in the past, and so we're proposing to remove those and replant them with new healthy trees. We cannot plant any trees south of the driveway in that parkway due to visual triangle, and with the railroad, we were told not to replace the New Zealand Christmas trees, so there will be no trees there, but there will be low plantings. Let's see. And also, I wanted to point out, as you can see in green, really narrow neck, we have new medians in Calle Cesar Chavez. Yes, and all the way down, all the way to Cabrillo Boulevard. While we can't put any trees in this, again, for sightline, we will have new ground covers, grasses, and succulents. But further down, as you see, well, not exactly there because we're on the bridge, but on the other side of the railroad tracks, we'll be having a line of palm trees as well. And so even though this planting plan looks very minimal, we have done and are doing a lot more to enhance the area and make it provide improvements. And that is the presentation for the landscape plan. If there's any questions.
Hey, this is Christine. I'm jumping in here at the end to comment a little bit. Thank you all for considering this this project. And some of the things I wanted to mention was, for those of you who haven't been aware of this project that's been going on for quite a while, years if not decades, if you can scroll up a little bit on this slide. And Lori mentioned this, but this site is quite large. You see the bottom part is an extension of the match line there on the upper portion. And so a big portion of this site was already given over to an extensive restoration to El Estero and an extensive amount of landscaping. And I know a lot of the thinking was to then consolidate parking and allow for to maximize the landscaping around the perimeter and along the restoration path. And we felt that was a really great approach to just really consolidate what we're trying to do for the project as a whole here. And I think Kirk mentioned that we saw one last opportunity that we didn't have a chance to show you guys, but I don't think for concept review, we're on track, but it's one last improvement. At the drive aisle, Matthew, can you use your hand yes, great, center to that. I think internal a little bit, like we have area to provide an additional landscaping island to add kind of some palm trees and landscaping buffer that will actually make one more layer of improvement to this site. Now, I think Suzanne already alluded to this, but it is important that we want to, remind you, we're here for concept review only, and it is actually important for this project that we move forward. We think we are meeting the goals of the concept review and are looking forward to presenting additional details and refinement of some of the structures. But we definitely wanted to get this before you and get your thoughts as we move through the concept review.
Okay, thank you. With that, let's open public comment. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address the board?
All right, so for members of the public that are unaware, we have instructions up on how to raise your hand. By raising your hand, staff will know that you wish to speak on an item. I'm going to leave it open for a second or two just to make sure we aren't missing anybody who's still trying to find that raise hand button. Doesn't look like it. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're going to close public comment. And Mr. Baumann, do you have something to add?
Yes, Chair Moore, thank you. I'd like to point out on the project description on the agenda, the last sentence talks about the project requires a waiver for an alternative landscape or parking lot landscape design. And I just wanted to make sure that you understood so that when the board members give their comments, they might comment on the waiver. That is for what's called in Title 30, the parking lot landscaping ordinance, island planters. We've got all these parking spaces up against one another without intervening island planters or finger planters. And another standard the proposal doesn't meet is the requirement for a perimeter landscape planter at the north side, facing the adjacent building to the north of this site.
Mr. Chair, would it be a good opportunity for us to address those comments now so that we are clear?
Why don't we do our questions? I think we'll flush out all those.
Sounds good.
All that information. So All right, so board members, let's start with Mr. Black, if you're ready. Questions?
Okay, questions. Yeah, I guess my first question was, why are there's no integration of additional trees in the parking lot? I can't think of any parking lot in Santa Barbara or anywhere. I mean, it reminds me of a sort of a rental car storage yard. And I mean, if that's the intent, well, so be it. But I'm just trying to imagine what that's going to look like. I also have a question too. I assume that there was some mention about landscape screening only along the frontage of Calle Cesar Chavez, and I sort of question whether or not there'd be a need for screening along that south boundary, because as you head north up the road, you look across the railroad tracks and you're going to see that sea of parking. I know you've got some trees there, but I didn't know what was on the ground under them. And then there was a question too about, and I wanted to answer why there is no trees along that north boundary, for shade. It just it's a long ways from meeting any of the parking lot design guidelines, and I just want to understand what it is that what the intent was and why we're able to do this as part of this design plan. That's all.
Okay. Lori, does that land in your court?
Yes, and with the rest of the team. So really for the north parking boundary, there's actually no room. We've got our parameters for the parking lot to fit 104 spaces in there, stretches from the northwest, that parking or that property boundary all the way to the south. So that's why there is no planting in these areas. As far as the planting fingers, it's a valet parking lot, and obviously fingers would not be for maneuverability and getting cars in and out. Islands wouldn't work out in this layout. So I mean, we looked at it, but we can't really fit anything else into the parking lot.
If I could please, Chairman Moore and also Board Member Black, just to add to what Lori just said, we did study that. On that northwest edge, there's already a water trough or a channel that goes through there, so it's really not possible. As I said at the beginning, our plan was to minimize that paved area as much as possible, but still meet the setbacks and requirements for safety. We are compliant with the parking calculations that Suzanne said with the original SCD from 2007, so we're kind of in the right numbers. It's as small as a field as we can get to. What I'd like to add with what Lori just said is, although there is that requirement in the code for trees per every 5 stalls, with this type of a parking field, it is something that's different. And with the building that's to our northwest, that will screen any views from the north as you're heading southbound on Cesar Chavez. And there's quite a lot of landscaping scattered on this edge, and that's just the site that's here. Again, that other strip that's already been addressed during the El Estero remediation plan. So the landscaping plan was meant to be a good cover on the outside edges, so you're not really looking directly into the field.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's really clear on this plan that there is a building right up on that property line. So maybe could you move the arrow and show the outline of that building?
I don't know if I can move it. Someone else could do it. I can't move the mouse yet. It's very close to the property line.
It shows on other plans.
Yeah, and it's right. It's just exactly north. If you zoomed into the drawing, it's north of that property line. You can see another line. And then you see how it turns west next to the other building. Yeah, and then it goes all the way.
Exactly.
And then that's it.
Exactly.
You know what would have been helpful if you had provided some photographs, some line of sight photographs, both from the north and the south, because it's just not reading in terms of you know, what you're saying here. So I'd like to be able to see it, short of going down there myself, of course, but which I can do.
Chair
And will.
Moore and Board Member Black, this is Suzanne. We do have several sheets of photos that are included in the plan set that include both the south parcel and the north parcel, since this is one project. And I wonder if Matthew has access to the south parcel set that shows those photos. And they are in the first few sheets. I'm sorry that I don't have the page number, but if you keep going.
Page
Nice
15 was, actually page 16 was the architectural site plan that I started off with. But we have site photos a little bit further down.
Let me get out my
I can tell you it's on page 8 of the PDF.
There we
There we
go.
are.
Can you enlarge those?
It looks like view 4 in the bottom right-hand corner is a good one to understand the building that we're referring to that goes, there it is. That is the building that is on the property line, essentially the northern property boundary. And since this photo was taken, the drainage swale that Kirk described has been constructed, which is directly adjacent to it. And then the parking lot is adjacent to the swale.
Actually, it's view 6 is the building.
1 second. Just a reminder, we do have a limit of 6 webcams at a time. So if you're not currently presenting, if you could please turn off your webcams, it just keeps things a little bit smoother running. I apologize for that. And also, just for future reference as well, the person manipulating the plans name is Timmy. I don't have control of the plans right now.
So Chairman Moore, Board Member Black, as Suzanne was just saying, I think it's view number 6 down below. The point is, to your point, that building is really tight to our property line. And the swale that's there, then we started our lot, asphalt. As Lori had mentioned earlier, the planting plan now would have trees all along this boundary. Lori, I think you said they were live oaks on this side. Yeah. So we're gonna have good screening onto the site. And actually that other building, which has no windows, provides really a backdrop back to our edge of our parking field.
And from the south?
Image from the south, if you can pan down, please, Timmy. Yeah, so image number 9, it's really from the southeast looking up to the northwest across the tracks. I'm sorry, that's looking towards Cabrillo. I'm wrong about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a view looking from the south looking north. Not really a good strong one.
But in the El Estero parking, we have a line of trees on the upper slope, and we have trees along our parking lot, and then we have grasses and shrubs in the El Estero the planting that's already been installed.
Is there going to be a fence along that boundary? What, chain link or wood fence? What is it going to be?
Currently, there is no fencing.
Do you have plans for fencing? I mean, could that solve the problem of screening?
We don't have plans for fencing.
Okay. Any other questions, David?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Who's next? Mr. Olson? Are you with us?
Yes.
I wanted to point out that there is an existing chain link fence to the south that will remain.
Okay.
Could you take us back to?
Sorry, Leon, but I think the concern is screening, fences providing screening, but there's a significant, again, going back to the concept of all of the landscaping that has been approved and will be installed or is being installed as a part of the restoration is going to be providing a significant amount of landscaping buffer as you see it from the south. That's why we didn't see the need for any fencing, because there's that landscaping buffer is what, Lori, it's got to be 40 feet
Correct.
in landscaping. So we felt that that alone provided the visual buffer on the south side. And then on the side to Calle Cesar Chavez, we have a significant landscaping buffer that prevents, with layered sizes of landscaping, that really prevents significant insight into that parking lot that is consolidated, providing any landscaping along that north wall that you see just so prominent in that view 7 is a little bit of a moot point, because all of the other landscaping we're doing in forward of that along Calle Cesar Chavez is going to buffer that. So we felt like we had a really solid concept plan to work with here that did everything it could for the restoration of the riparian habitat and consolidated the parking lot. With that one thought, when we saw like, hey, we can add this little bit of landscaping island at the drive aisle. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, great. Leon, questions?
Yes. Could you take us back to the plan view of that swale along that north side? Or could somebody do that? I know you can't, Kurt.
Yes, Board Member Olson, that's page number 16 of the PDF that was submitted. At least that's the closest plan. If you could zoom in, please, Timmy, on the main plan that's there. This is taken from the civil engineer's drawings, so it does have some contour lines. They're quite faint, so it's not going to be real distinct. But if you could zoom in on that northwest edge, you'll be able to see them. But you can kind of get that sense of that finger that's going all the way down. That's that drainage swale that's there.
Is there a section view somehow along there? Any way we can look at that, how that looks in grade?
We do have that in the civil package, civil engineer's package. Let me tell you what page number that is. Hang on just a second, please. That is...
The civil engineers package is a section in one of those impossible ways that they do their sections, you know, with the different
I know.
Scales.
You know, actually, Board Member Olson, there's not a distinct section for that area because it was previously done. It's not a part of this current proposed package. It was previously done. They do have other sections for drainage, but not specifically for that swale. I apologize.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Okay. Mr. Six.
Yes, hello all. You're using this wooden trellis as a area for the ground mounted equipment of the solar. Is that what I understand?
Yes, sir. It's meant to be more of just an architectural feature. It's not really providing any rain cover necessarily. It's not meant to be giving any shading. Just to not have it be having that switchgear standing out at the end of the parking field, we wanted to have it framed by something, that there was a relationship between the carport structure to this trellis structure.
So the equipment must be beautiful then to set it off? I'm being sarcastic.
Without a doubt.
So would it not be more appropriate to fence it, or would it realize that it's probably positioned so you can drive up onto it? But wouldn't it be better to have it fenced or something?
You're right about your comment back. It's meant to still provide good maintenance access. We don't want to have maintenance trucks crossing to the west side of that pad, because then we're defeating the purpose of all of our plantings. It's meant to be the equipment to access from the east side from the parking field. That's what we had proposed, to have that trellis structure visually take your attention away from the equipment that's there and still maintain access.
Okay. The other question is, you mentioned you're anticipating a island within the throat of the drive.
Yes.
Could you more carefully indicate where that would be?
Sure. Actually, I think it's Timmy who's motioning. That's correct. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Okay.
There'll be landscaping coming from the north side, landscaping coming up from the south side. That little island, as you drive along Calle Cesar Chavez, it'll look more continuous, all the landscaping that's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Chair, sorry, Commissioner. Yeah, what we saw was that is a curb cut that is in place right now, and it's about 33 feet wide for that entrance. And we realized, like, oh, we have an opportunity here for a 12-foot in, 12-foot out drive aisle, and in the middle of it, provide a 6 to 9 foot island that could be, we're still looking at it, but at least 12 feet long. And that view, that public view down that drive aisle could be mitigated with that island, or augmented, really, just augmented. with
Okay,
that
well, I think that's a fantastic idea. Unfortunately, the drawing, so it's hard for us to comment on directly. So let's move on. Richard, continue, please.
Sorry to interrupt. This is a concept review, and it is crucial for this project that we move forward at concept level. So we saw that as an issue, and we wanted to put it out there for discussion.
Okay.
But understand that the concept is what's being considered now. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm feeling, and I know you've explained that you feel that the landscaping along Calle Cesar Chavez is adequate to mitigate the blank wall of the north building, but it seems to me your initial statement was to reduce and minimize the parking area. But as I see it in this, and I excuse me for drawing, but I see an opportunity wherever this other little island is in the throat, I see an opportunity to jog back, and there seems to be a lot of extra pavement right when you enter the parking lot. And I'm wondering if, some pull away from at least the first, 7, 5, 3 deep parking areas could be accomplished and get planting along at least a third of that blank building wall. Is there a reason functionally and the way valets work that, down in the more narrow part of the space, there seems to be adequate space, but there seems to be even more than adequate space at the very front end, just after entering the throat.
Board Member Six, if I could address that. I understand your diagram. That was very illustrative. Because we have triple stacked valet stalls, as the valets move, when they get the deepest car, they have to pull 2 cars out of course. Those need to have a staging point to be then pulled back in. So although it might look like there's this wide expanse near the neck, near the throat of extra asphalt, that's purely for safety and for movement of the cars. Our traffic engineer had done different studies and told us this was the smallest but still safe parking configuration we could have.
Well, Kirk, if I'm facing north, the last 3 deep spaces to the left, to the very left, would seem that there's enough backout space there, and and then if we go all the way to the very right, there seems to be more than. adequate. So if one
I
can
understand.
back out and safely maneuver on the very left-hand bay of 3 deep spaces, why can't that same back out space be narrowed at the very right-hand side? There you go.
I understand your question. My understanding from the traffic engineer is that the left-hand most of the triple stacked stalls, when they pull those cars out, they're not going to leave them right there because it would truly just block the aisle. They still have to move them up more close to that more northern portion where there's the extra apron area up there.
Well, okay, I'm not, thank you. Did I see a flash on the screen, a 3D drawing of the photo of the lake structure?
Yes, we had submitted a supplemental exhibit. This is
There you
purely a simple massing study. It's not an architectural rendering, obviously, of any sort. The view in the upper left-hand corner, that's taken from the driveway throat. It's showing the relative scale and mass of those two structures compared to the buildings that are behind it.
Thank you very much.
Sure. One fault I'll just note in here real quick is this is done very quickly. The study would be better for the southern hemisphere because the PV panels are facing to the northwest instead of the southeast. But aside from that, the scale is correct of what the proportions are.
Okay, thank you. That's my
Sure.
question.
Okay, let's see, who's next? We've got Mr. Whalen.
Yes, thank you. You may have just answered one question for me as I looked at the photovoltaics on A0101. They seem to be pointing towards the north instead of the south. So we're in agreement that that's not.
That's our bad. Yeah.
Okay, good. And as to the driveway discussion, when I'm looking at Google Earth, there appears to be an existing second driveway at the northeast corner. Is that already gone, or is the project going to take that out?
Oh, Lori, you want to get that?
Yes, there will not be a secondary driveway.
Okay,
So-
good. So if it's existing now, the project's going to remove it.
Correct.
This is the plan right now, and then we need to have the planting area as well.
Okay. And then, has there been any consideration of a sign, specifically a monument sign at the driveway entry saying valet lot only, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah, Board Member Whalen, I can answer that. Because the hotel, this is a part of the overall hotel parking plan. The signage is all at the hotel site, which is south of the railroad tracks. At that point, any guest who arrives there, their car is taken by the valet. The valets will come back up. There's no signage necessary because this is a private lot that's only accessed by the hotel staff. No guests would ever, come here directly. Therefore, no signage for it.
Well, that might be the content of the signage, such as you say, no guest parking, valet only, no public parking.
I see your point.
Where I'm driving, has there been some consideration for some kind of signage located perhaps in a monument sign at a location?
We haven't looked at design-wise yet. I understand the logic of what you're saying. I think that's something design-wise we could definitely look at. We've been trying to focus on, as I said, minimize the parking field and then maximize that landscape area as much as we can that faces out to Calle Cesar Chavez.
My concern is that a signage location be specified rather than designed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Let's see. We had David, Dennis. Okay. I guess my question is if we can flip back to the landscape plan, Lori, can you tell us
Page number 4.
what are we looking at sort of average dimension wise for the depth of that planting zone along Calle Cesar Chavez?
I think it goes from at the northern end, it's probably 20 plus feet, 20, 25 plus feet, and then down to 8 feet at the neck, at the drive aisle. And then we've got like 12 to 15 on the south side of the drive aisle, and then it widens.
Okay. And Timmy, if you could zoom in on that area by the driveway throat. So if you were to describe, Laura, if you were to describe a section through that planting, what would you be looking at as far as our heights of the vegetation and the understory and all of that under the trees?
So right now, conceptually, starting at Cayce de Chavez or at the sidewalk, we'd have the lower grasses and lower succulents. And then we'd move into more medium type shrubs in front and behind the oak trees. And then we back up with larger screen material right at the face of the park, the edge of the parking. So we have some, and then, another thought is that we could put in some landform also to create some height.
Okay.
Haven't really talked about that, but that could be done too.
Okay. So your highest, your tallest planting that isn't a tree, what do we think the height would be of that?
Well, we've got Toyon included in there. That's 12 feet. So we've got some tall, tall plants in there, or potential plants. Yeah.
Okay. And you're confident that that's going to pretty much screen the view from the street?
Yeah. I think that with the lemonade berry, we don't want just like a solid. We want it to look natural since we're using natives. So yes, it will. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Any other follow-up questions from the board? No? Okay, let's go to comments. Mr. Black, why don't you start out with some comments?
Let's see. Well, I'm still a little troubled by such a large field of cars without the benefit of any landscape to kind of break it up, provide shade. I guess valet parking has separate rules. I've never seen that in writing anywhere, but I was a little troubled when I asked the question, where is the additional landscape? And the answer was, well, we can't have that because we can't fit all the cars in. So, so that's one comment. Also, I'd like to see, since you don't have it with you here, I'd like to see the plan that was prepared for that restoration area, just so I can look at it and be comfortable with the plants that were used and the screening that it has potential for, that sort of thing. I think that would
David, I don't want to interrupt. Can I or no?
Yeah, sure.
The plant, we do have the planting plan, and what we can do is we can superimpose it the next time on when it comes back, so you can see exactly where the trees are. But really, the biologist, we didn't get to select any of the lower story or the ground plane. That was all from our biologist. But you can see what she planted and where. But we can gray it out and put it on the plans since so you can see that.
Mr. Chair and Board Member Black, Suzanne here. I feel bad that we didn't include that. I think our filing this time focused on the area of change, the area, that is the subject of the substantial conformity determination. And the habitat restoration plan, which includes sycamore and oak trees and all these native plants that made it a plan that was fully supported by the Creeks Division and all the regulatory agencies.
We understand. We understand that. We're just trying to get to the, sorry, let me talk for a second. We're just trying to get, I think Mr. Black is just trying to understand how much screening that existing planting plan or that approved planting plan really provides. So if Lori, if you can take if you have knowledge about it, if you can take 30 seconds to explain that, I think that might help. Yeah.
Okay. Restoration planting plan. Okay, so we have 23 sycamores, we have 9 Populus fremontis, and we have 14 Quercus agrifolias planted in the restoration area. What's the best way to describe this? We had 3 different areas: the existing wetland to remain, we had riparian scrub transitional upland plants, and we had upland coastal scrub grassland plants and seed mix. So there are many plants, and like too many to probably talk about right now, but
yeah. So let's get that on your plan, I guess, just an overlay.
Pardon me?
So in the next round, let's overlay that information on.
Very good.
Sorry, David, continue, please.
And also, I'd be curious, Lori, as far as the sizes of the plant material in that restoration. I mean, typically, a lot of that kind of work involves 1-gallon plants, 5-gallon trees at the most. I just know.
You're correct. Exactly. We have 4-inch pots, 6-inch pots, 1 gallons. Trees are very small at 1 gallon.
Yeah. So I want to feel comfortable that, given those sizes, that we are going to get the kind of screening that you're suggesting we're going to have. So I wonder, whether that's going to have to be augmented with some larger size material just along that area to provide proper screening.
And
I think
right,
that's my biggest concern is screening that much parking area. I mean, that's a lot of asphalt, a lot of cars, and just from a purely aesthetic perspective, it's not going to be real attractive, I don't think. So.
No, but it has been installed and it will grow, and so I mean, by the time the parking lot gets there, we should be well on our way. But I hear what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Six. Comments?
Yes, Hal. I'm not convinced, as I showed in my diagram, that this is this parking lot is sucked up to the best. I still see over pavement in the front, and here I'm going to offer yet another. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not on. I'm going to yet offer another solution where, the 6 or 7 first 3 bays are rotated, and you take out width of planting along Cesar Chavez, and you can introduce a finger that at the base could be at least 8 feet wide. So either or, I'm not convinced that we're not efficient here. Second, I would fence the equipment, and not this trellis thing is I think silly, and should just go away and be a fence. Third, my comments is that the design of the I'll be very interested to see the design of the solar structure. Right now, it looks unfortunate. There's no overhangs either on the rake side or beams that are just abrupt and short and backward, sitting over the posts and so forth. So I would like to see more finesse with that design. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Mr. Olson.
Thank you. When it comes back, I think several sections would be helpful to us all. I'd like to see those when it comes back. And then secondly, and perhaps I didn't hear this, but I didn't quite understand the relevance or the importance of gaining 2 parking places here to go from 104 to 106, because it seems to me like along that north property line, the elimination of 2 or maybe 3 of those parking spaces directly on the parking lot would open up room for 3 large trees.
Yes, Mr. Ellis, if you could answer that.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Board Member Olson, if I could answer that real quick for you. Actually, this parking plan that's shown here is of 104 stalls. That is a part of our overall parking plan for the hotel property. So at this point, that's what we need to get on the site. If we were to take out stalls, we'd be deficient actually for the parking plan, especially relative to the SCD. So that's why our proposal was to come in with the number that we need to satisfy the requirements, and then also to get the planting, as much planting as we can around that periphery. 104, that was the amount that we're proposing here. That's also compliant with the parking plan as a part of the SCD.
So if you did remove 2 here to incorporate some planting along that north line, you'd have to find 2 more parking places someplace else.
Would be deficient, correct.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whalen?
No comments.
Okay. My own comments are, as Mr. Olson said, please provide some sections at the south property line and through the landscape area on Cesar Chavez. I personally, I don't have an issue with the large extent of parking, but I do think there's opportunities to provide some larger tree specimens along that southernmost property line that would aid in shading that area of paving. So I would encourage you to study and look for opportunities to do that. The structure for the solar panels is very, looks very economical oriented. It is what it is. It's there to hold up the solar panels. And it is placed far to the rear of the lot. So, yes, it would be nice if it had additional detailing or design and raise the aesthetic of it a bit. But if some view studies are provided with that, with the inclusion of that little planted finger at the driveway throat, perhaps that would help screen some of those elements, and maybe that would be satisfactory then. Are there any other comments from board members? No? Does somebody want to craft a motion?
Mr. Chair, can I jump in briefly what we're looking for today for the motion?
Yes, real briefly. We're running behind.
Yes,
So.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We are in an SCD process right now. So what we're looking for is to go back to complete that SCD. If the commission or the board finds that this is consistent and overall conceptually approvable with all the good comments for refinement, that would really be appreciated for us to move forward on that SCD project process. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that in mind, does anybody want to take a stab at this? And if the board members could turn on their cameras so we can see each other, that'd be great. Any thoughts? Is anybody comfortable with the design as is or not design as is, but comfortable with the concept with additional tweaks in the future to allow this thing to continue forwards? It'll be back for further finessing or with further finessing.
Mr. Chair, I'm not comfortable to make that enough with the configuration as suggested to make a motion.
Okay. You could make a different motion if you wanted.
But I don't know whether I'm in the majority of the board or not.
Okay, let's do this then. Let's do a straw vote. How many board members can support the parking layout and driveway throughout as designed?
And we'll do a roll call for that. So board member Black. I'm sorry.
You have to unmute. Everybody needs to unmute.
David,
you need to unmute.
David, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'd like to see it restudied a bit.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Olson.
Chairman Moore, you said originally, could we support this with a few tweaks here and there? But what your straw vote is not asking for a few tweaks, is that correct?
Correct.
Then I wouldn't. Then I couldn't support going forward as is. I could not.
Sorry, you were breaking there. Can you repeat that, Leon?
I could not go forward as is. Could not support going forward as is.
Okay. Mr. Six.
Right.
No, I can't support it as is.
All right, board member Whelan.
I can support it as is.
Okay.
Can or
Can, yes, affirmative.
okay.
And Chair Moore.
And I could support it as is, but in general concept, yes.
Okay, so we have 3 no's and 2 yeses currently. So straw vote does not pass.
Okay. So let's make a motion to continue the project back to the full board. And Matthew, you'd have to tell us if it's possible to do a 2-week continuance. And I don't know if the applicant can either.
It is possible at this time, yes.
Okay. So I would move for a 2-week continuance back to the full board with the following comments: that the board would like the applicant to study alternate parking layouts that would provide for additional landscaping opportunities, as well as screen the cars from the public view at the driveway entrance, as Mr. Six was indicating. Provide. Sorry, let me finish this, and we can make edits. Provide site sections through the property line and the Cesar Chavez property line to demonstrate the screening opportunities through landscape or topography. produce the approved restoration plan on the site plan and label the sizes of those trees. Okay. And I'll leave it to somebody else to add anything about the solar structure.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that, and to add to study adding finesse to the solar. I think this is the solar panels are going to be seen regardless of trees and screening and so forth. So I think they should be brought up to some finesse is a reasonable request. And I don't know whether others agree with me, but I think the trellis is not appropriate, and the ground mounted equipment should be behind a fence. Would you add that to your motion?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you.
Which part are you going to add to the motion?
So to clarify, I'm suggesting adding to the motion to study finessing the connections, overhangs at the rake and overhangs of beams at the posts of the solar panel structure, and to restudy the introduction of a trellis to house the ground equipment and provide a fence of some sort.
Okay, fence to screen the solar equipment.
That's correct.
Okay, I would accept those additions. Any other discussion? Okay, so we had our first and second. Let's do our vote.
All right. We have Board Member Black.
Yes.
Board Member Board Member Cunningham's conflicted out. Board Member Olson.
Yes.
Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
Yes.
Chair Moore.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we appreciate the 2-week continuance as we're trying to move this along. And I just want to confirm with Kirk Ellis that we can meet that time frame.
This is Kirk. Yes, that's correct. We can.
All right, and
wonderful.
just so everyone knows, we will need all submitted materials no later than the Wednesday before the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. So moving on to item number 5. Okay, we have Bob's back.
Mr. Chair, can staff make a quick announcement?
Yes.
Because we are getting pretty late into this meeting, and I just want to make sure if anyone is here for 1225 Liberty Street, please know that it has been postponed. It will be continued to the next meeting. We did not receive electronic plans in time. We will open the item, but we won't hear. It would just be to make a motion for continuance.
Okay, all right. We have our applicants for item 5.
We have Ryan Mills and Ed DeVicente. I believe they're both here.
Okay, great. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't see. Oh, there he is. He's raising his hand. He didn't forget you. Great. All right. So Ed, you should be able to unmute yourself. Oh, now you can. Yeah. Perfect.
All right. Okay, so this is item number 5, 825 De La Vina Street concept review, and it's a proposal for a 4-story mixed-use project on a site currently developed with a private surface level parking lot using the average unit size density program. This project entails construction of a 39,208 square foot, 21 unit rental complex with 689 square feet dedicated to commercial floor area. Unit mix includes 3 4-bedroom, 1 3-bedroom, 3 1-bedroom, and 14 studio units, ranging in size from 421 to 1,601 square feet, with an average unit size of 759 square feet. 2 of the units will be designated for inclusionary housing. The proposed density on this 14,625 square foot plot is 62 dwelling units per acre on a site within the priority housing overlay, which allows between 37 and 63 dwelling units per acre. The proposal includes 23 parking spaces and 40 bike parking spaces. Okay, welcome back. If you could, no final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines, infill design guidelines, outdoor lighting design guidelines. And project is located within a historic sensitivity area. Okay, welcome back. If you could introduce yourselves.
Great, thank you, Chair and fellow board members. Ed DeVicente, architect with DMHA.
Oh, Ryan, you need to unmute yourself. Yep.
Mr. Chair, this is Renee Brooke.
Yes.
If Ryan can hear me, it looks as though you didn't enter an audio pin. I've opted to send that to you a couple of times. You might need to enter or else join audio in another way. There should have been a message to you to enter a PIN number to have audio.
Well, shall we just start with an introduction, Mr. DeVicente?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, really quickly. On the slides for the presentation, it does say that this concept continued. However, this is considered a new project. They had previously come before you with a pre-application consultation. And so this is considered a new project. So,
can you guys hear me now?
Yes, but there's a lot of noise.
Okay.
Oh, that's better. Okay.
Okay. I think I got it. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So I'm Ryan Mills with DMHA.
All right. Welcome.
Great.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I guess I'll dive right in. So yes, this project was before you in a pre-application review back in November. Just comparing the statistics, the numbers that you just read, Chair, it's still a 21 unit mixed-use project under the AUD program. It still has 23 proposed parking spaces, and our average unit per square, average unit maximum, our average residential unit average is about 759 square feet. It's not much more than what it was before. However, our gross square footage did drop about 1,500 square feet. A lot of that is just some of the covered external areas we had. So it's much the same project that we saw before. We've just taken the comments from this board and the neighbors and shifted things around. So generally the board was supportive. It just asked things be adjusted for sensitivity to neighbors, et cetera. A couple other things that we were asked to take a look at was to get an updated survey with the significant trees. We have done that. We have the survey as part of the package and an arborist report. We did get an arborist report for the significant trees on the site. And what you will see in our ground level plan is a design that responds exceeding the recommended distances from those the critical root zones of the tree as part of the arborist report, and a street tree as well. So all that's included in the proposed project. Ryan will take you through that. So we're here at a conceptual review. We really want to get comments and make sure we're on the right track. And the next steps, if we get positive comments, would be to bring in the civil engineers, landscape designers, and start preparing a formal application for project design approval back to this board. So with that, I will have Ryan take us through how we responded to your comments and some comments from the neighbors as well.
Great. Thank you very much. So we can skip to the next page, page 2. And in the interest of time, I know you guys are running late, so I'll try to move fairly quickly.
Before you jump in there, is it possible to, Matthew, can you put up on the screen the motion from the previous or comments? Just to remind us. Matthew, is that possible?
I'm so sorry. I had 2 very loud animals that need to be fed. I missed that. What was the?
Was wondering if we could get the motion from the previous review.
No, unfortunately, it's our new policy that we do not carry those because the pre-application comments are really just informal applicants and they don't constitute a formal motion. They are no longer being carried forward as part of the review. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's just a new policy.
Oh,
all right. Well, go ahead.
Okay, well, I will say that's typically how we try to arrange our presentations. We've gathered the minutes and we're trying to respond to all of them. So we'll point those out as we go.
You can absolutely use them as a tool on your own. We just don't have
Okay. All right, shall I jump in then? Okay, so this is photo sheet. I believe you're all fairly familiar with the site, but just starting at the bottom. So this is De La Vina Street, our streetscape. So our subject property is, the middle photo. That's the existing parking lot. The photo to the right is the existing 2- and 3-story building to the north of us. And then on the left are the 2 adjacent existing residences moving down the De La Vina Street. Next, the middle row, the 2 shots are on the left is the 2-story Craftsman apartment or residence to our rear property line, that's the west. And then to the right here, the next photo is standing in the middle of the parking lot looking out towards De La Vina. And then at the top, just a couple more. So on the left is a panorama of De La Vina looking at our property, our side of the street. And then the top right corner is a photo looking, let's see, we're looking down De La Vina. Right on the right, you can see just in the foreground a bit of our neighbor to the north. So next page. So this is showing you our new survey. What's important to point out is, besides having accurate topography and right away, it does show clearly all of the surrounding adjacent structures to the north, the south, and then even our neighbor to the west that we just saw in the photograph. Likewise, you might want to point out in the southwest corner, now we're accurately showing the skyline eucalyptus tree. So on the very close to the southwest corner of our property, you can see that if you zoom in down the bottom corner. Let's see, bottom corner, there it is. Yep, so there's our existing eucalyptus that we're going to be protecting. And then if you scoot towards De La Vina Street, along the south, you'll also notice, and then the frontage, you'll also notice there's a couple significant street trees on the southeast corner, and on the right corner of our lot there, and then right directly in front of our parcel as well. And then likewise, if you move your cursor straight down at this point, just off our site, keep going down, there's an existing, yep, a little more, there you go, an existing very significant pine tree that likewise we're kind of pulling massing away to work around. Again, that was per arborist's recommendations. Let's see, anything else? Ed, you want to add anything to the survey sheet?
Yeah, let me just point out the street tree here is a fern pine. There's also a much smaller fern pine opposite the driveway, which we'd be removing for our driveway. And then the neighbor's tree that you saw there just to the south of us is a Canary Island pine. And then the eucalyptus, yes, it's about 95 feet tall. It's a lemon gum eucalyptus. And then there is also on our site a Canary Island date palm, which we're proposing to remove from the property. That's on the rear 10-20%. It's the tree to be removed. So 2 trees to be removed, 1 street tree, the Canary Island date palm, and the others, as you'll see in our proposed plan, exceeding the recommendations for protection.
Thank you. And then I think just the other useful context on this sheet is then just the buildings themselves. So to the north of us is that you can see it's a 0 lot line, you know, at the front of our north half of the property is a 2- and 3-story commercial building. And you'll notice a couple notches. Those are the light wells, which we've discussed and are working to incorporate and to respond to a little bit. You continue back along the north, then we come to behind that commercial building is that surface parking lot to the north in the back half. So north of us here is all surface parking all the way to De La Guerra Street, which we'll show you in a 3D massing view later. And then along the back property line, you know, you can clearly see there's that 2-story craftsman residence building. And then moving to the south, we have 2 very small 1-story shed structures right on the property line. And then towards De La Vina is that very nice, handsome 2-story plus residence. So I think let's go to the next page. So here I'll just kind of take you through generally, we're showing now, here's our site plan with the right-of-way info. We've masked all of the adjacent buildings for the survey. We've masked the trees. And then, so this is a general massing of our project. We'll get into more detail in the floor plans, but let me just kind of talk about what are the big moves we did from last time. So starting along De La Vina, just generally, so one big move we did was pull the project towards De La Vina. Some of the board comments were to, you know, they were in support of massing towards the street if it alleviated the south and west. So that's what we did, which I'll get into some dimensions later. Moving down that you see in that southeast corner, again, there's you starting to see the graphics of the tree canopies, the significant one, especially even to the south of us on adjacent parcel is pretty significant. So you see where we pulled the massing towards De La Vina. However, we did carve out that southeast corner to kind of maintain a healthy distance to all the tree canopies. Below, you're seeing the hand mousing over. We've also relocated the transform, which I'll show you in the first floor plan. So that's one significant move. Let's swing all the way to the west side. So the rear of the elevation is our other significant move. So previously we were very close to the rear property line. In this proposal, we've moved significantly off of that rear property line. So again, we're about 13 feet on that top half. And then as you move down, again, you can see that very significant canopy of the eucalyptus tree. And then there we're about 24 feet off the rear property line. So again, with that notching, a big move off the west. And then kind of north and south, we moved the whole project, we nudged it north as much as we could, which we'll show in kind of further floor plans, which yielded twice as much setback on the south side of our project. So that's kind of the big round moves of this proposal. So let's go next page. Okay, so let's start on the bottom half of this page. I'm not seeing all of it. We can scroll down. This is a good size. Let's start on the ground floor. Zoom in a little bit more if that's possible. We'll start on the De La Vina frontage. So in terms of how the project lays out, it's pretty similar to before. So we have De La Vina on the right. You can see we have pedestrian circulation at that top right corner, which, you know, a pathway into the project as well as up the stairs to the podium above. Then we have a drive aisle, ingress and egress for cars. Now, please do note, we actually did reduce this. Previously, it was, I think, 20 to 22 feet wide. Because we're a podium under 25 parking stalls, that actually can be reduced. So we're currently showing about 17 feet. So we made that opening smaller. Continuing to move south is our commercial unit. Let's just keep going down. And then there again is a closer look at the transformer that is outboard now, tucked on the southmost corner of the frontage, because we need access to it. And it helps just with massing because it's all under that tree canopy. Moving into the drive aisle, this is all laid out fairly similarly to before. Along the north is a pedestrian and accessible path to the utility rooms, to the elevator, to bike storage, to ADA parking. And likewise, we're not showing it yet, but we'll connect across to the south to that trash room, to the commercial unit, and to a second exit out of the project. So that's all the same. Continue to move back. All of our parking is the same as it is before. It's just nudged, it's slid towards De La Vina. And then you'll notice again, our stair number 2, our second vertical circulation is tucked here. And then again, the southwest corner is our required open area. So we've used that as the open area, and that's protecting the tree. And then you can see towards the back, now we're set back about, so previously we had about a 6-foot setback to the podium. Now along this rear property, we're 13.5 on the north half of the rear, and then 24, as I said before. So that was sort of the big move. Lastly, along the north, so we also increased, again, kind of referring to our neighbor building to the north. You see those 2 atriums on their property line. Previously, we were observing the kind of the inboard one, but not quite the kind of the one closest to De La Vina. So in this version, we've actually provided another 2.5 feet away from that front atrium, just to give it a little more breathing room this time. So let's slide upward to the second floor. Okay, again, let's start on the right, which is our De La Vina. So let's talk about massing again. So you'll see sort of the frontage of Unit 1 and Unit 2. So this is the primary face of the project. It's really a 3-story massing apart from the little commercial unit below. So in our previous proposal, that facade was 24 feet from the property line. Now we're 16 feet. So we've moved up. Yeah, there you go. We've pulled it up that long. Now down below, you see it in patio. I didn't point this out on the first floor, but we actually were 10 feet away previously. I'm sorry, we were 8.5 feet away previously. Now we're 10. So we've actually scooted back a couple feet, again, just to give the trees a little more breathing room. So quick tour. So starting at the top right. So again, you see stair 1. This is how we come up and enter the podium level. So up into the circulation, we have units 1, 2, and 3 addressing De La Vina. And then behind them is a break circulation. So that's open to the sky. So it's kind of where we're using 1, 2, and 3 as its own little building. And then really the spine of this project is the circulation that runs along the north. And you can see about midway through, it's still observing. We're using that open space kind of in the middle north attached. And then we step back and circulate the rest of the way. Now you'll notice we still are 10 feet off of that north property line. We're doing this to allow this open circulation. So the closer we got, we'd have to start closing in and for code purposes. So we've observed that 10 feet and we still do need that open area for the AUD rules. But so that north circulation, but we did move it back about 5 feet from last time. So towards the north, the entire mass moved 5 feet. And then the difference this time is then the circulation wraps around the rear of the project to stair number 2. While we're here, actually, let's finish this floor. And then, so what this did was now if you look along the south, so what did we do? So we increased the south areas by about 2-fold. So now if you see the private patios in front of unit 9, in front of unit 8, and then the units 7 through 4, the smaller units, that's public open area. But we decided to consolidate all of the open area to the south. If you recall, we previously had a center court that split the project, and it felt like most of the board was in support of kind of pushing all the massing together if it yielded more in the south. So we've doubled the amount of space on the south. And we're about between, we are 10 to 12 feet. So if you look at that south wall elevation, it bounces between 10 is our minimum. And so then we have a foot or 2 to play with. So can create a little bit of undulation along that south wall as it moves back. Let's go to the next page. To the bottom elevation, let's scroll down. So this is floor 3, third floor, which is basically a duplicate. It stacks on the second floor. So same massing as before. Here, what I'd like to do is start out on the west, so the rear of the project. So one of the concerns, I'd say one of the most common concerns last time from both the board and in particular the neighbors to the west, there was a handful of neighbors from the west who were concerned about privacy. We previously had 3 units that were facing west with all of their outdoor spaces facing that west property, rear property line. So what we've done is reoriented it. We actually put a couple bigger units in the back, moved all the smaller units to the middle, you see through 13 through 16, and then reoriented. So really everyone's views or outdoor spaces are to the south. So you can see now to the west is only circulation. There'll be no people hanging out, there'll be no barbecues. So it should eliminate much of the noise and concern for privacy. And then likewise, we're 2 to 3 times as far away from that west property line as we were before. So, and then other things to point out on this level. So on floor 3, you can see we only have 2 patio areas along the south. So the first one for unit 18 is covered. It's actually built in like a loggia within the massing. And then we've kind of added 1 outboard private patio. Another one of the minutes that came up a handful of times last visit was eliminating covered balconies along the south elevation because the board found them a bit looming or increased the massing needlessly. So you'll see we've eliminated in the front, there's none along the south. All the small units don't get their private balconies. They'll just use the public area below. And then, so it's really just down to these 2 balconies here on the 3rd floor. And then let's move up, slide up to the 4th floor. So the big change here, so we've gone from, we previously had 5 units on this 4th floor and have pushed those downward. And so now we have the 3 larger units for this level. You'll see all 3 has private patio area only to the south. So we've concentrated, that's where all the amazing views and sunshine will be. And then again, you'll see the circulation wrapping around. So the other massing changes is it's really a smaller footprint on this floor. So we're twice as far now, where you can see some of the dimensioning along the west, the rear. The mass is 19 feet off the rear. And then we're about 15 from the north. Now we are between 18 and 20 from the south. So we've kind of sucked this whole floor inboard in all directions. Okay, let's go to the next page.
Oh, hang on, Ryan. Before we leave the plan, Timmy, if you could go back. I just want to highlight one of the other features. So in our core, our stair elevator storage core, on each floor, you may not have noticed, we have bike storage for each level off the elevator. So the requirement is 22 bike spaces for the project, but we have 40. Because of the project's proximity to the downtown core, we recognize that bicycles are going to be really important for these residents. So we've increased the number of bicycle storage on this. So I just wanted to highlight that before we moved on to the elevation. Thank you.
Okay, so elevations. Let's start. We can zoom in to the top elevation first. So generally, the character of this project hasn't changed. We thought it got fairly positive feedback. So here's the De La Vina frontage. So again, on that first floor, that small commercial component with a canopy and entry. Just to the left of that, you'll notice a couple people in the screened fencing. That's where the transformer lives, just behind there. And then really, so in white is our front facade. You step up, there's our 3-story facade, garage entry, a little more solid on the 2nd floor, and then open loggia. Those are 2 units, side-by-side units. So a nice generous loggia facing the Riviera, and then a roof. And then squeeze to the north, just to the right, you can see our pedestrian entry to the project on the ground floor there. So there's the entry in. You can see the little guy above it that's the patio for that unit adjacent it. And then in the distance, you'll also see the 4th floor beyond. And we're right up against that max height limit. Chimneys and architectural features will pierce that, and then our elevator tower as well. So this shows the front, and then let's nudge downward to the, I think it's the south elevation. Starting on the right, so the right side of this is De La Vina. So again, you'll notice the very significant street tree. These are all drawn, fairly accurately. And then in white was that facade we were just looking at, the commercial unit. You can see I actually indicated that even below that window, a little transformer even there. Yep, and the fencing. And then beyond is that 2nd and 3rd story loggia. Then as we move back, we're getting closer to so the podium below. Now we've also introduced that secondary color. Another handful of comments was a darker color to help kind of mix and match or help some areas recede or just break apart the massing. So here's kind of the second portion of that front building. Moving backwards, you see that clear break in the 2 buildings up and down there. And then beyond is the stair tower, which we can show you in more detail in the north elevation, but we've broken it up into 3 parts, which I'll get to in a bit, but you can see how we've sloped that roof just to reduce the massing as well. Moving along, so this next white block, these were those 4 smaller units you saw. So let's just start at the bottom. There we are, our 0 lot line podium wall. We're trying to employ a couple material breaks. We do have the ability to have a few inches of play. So we're indicating like stucco could be broken into like these block arcades just for texture and color changes. So provides a little bit of scale. And then our parapet wall to the podium deck above. You can kind of see all the people hanging out there. And then the step back, so the second and third floors are, let's see, we are, how far back are we? We are now 10 to 12 feet back. So that's the step back we're taking. And again, no balconies. And then as you get up to that fourth floor, that's 20 feet back. So moving along towards the back a little more. Here you can see we're indicating, again, starting at the bottom, you can see ghosted in dark gray and dashed lines. Those are our two little lot line shed type structures, little cottage sheds. So for context. But again, so we're employing a couple material breaks in this just to sort of create variation along the way. And then moving upward, you see now kind of a tan or taupe, darker stucco color for these next two units. It's set back to that 12 feet. Here we've introduced a stacked covered balcony as an attached piece. And then moving along towards the back, the white massing is, again, there's that built-in balcony, and then there's stair circulation to the left. So we're showing the stair circulation on the fourth floor moving down to the third is actually open. So it's an open air stair, and then it gets enclosed as it goes down to the second and ground floor. So yeah, there's the last open, and then as you circulate down, you disappear. And then sort of this back piece is really the circulation. So we've decided to enclose it and with punched openings, a little more solid base, and then on that fourth floor, go to a lighter post and covered roof. So we are roofing all this area, so that could be something to discuss at this point. Let's go to the next page. This is the west rear elevation, again showing it's a pretty narrow elevation. On the right is our significant eucalyptus tree, skyline tree. And you can see, so behind our eucalyptus tree is our podium. And again, we kind of mentioned that's 24 feet beyond. And then moving to the left, we have opened the back of the parking. So one last stall comes all the way out, and we thought it could be nice to allow that much light kind of pulling and air pulling through the podium, so it's not just a dark pit. And then moving up, here's the second and third floor. That's just circulation, so it should be a pretty quiet elevation. And then likewise, there's the covered circulation on the top. And then on the left, you can see our stair and bike towers beyond, very beyond, I think 100 feet beyond. Let's go to the lower elevation. So let's start on the left, kind of, slide to the left. I like to start at De La Vina again. So similarly, the dashed dark gray is the zero lot line building to the north, which is right along De La Vina, just off the property line. So then kind of ghosting behind it, let's start. So again, you see our front building on the left beyond, and the loggia on that third floor. You get a sense for that building again. And then closer on the ground floor, you see our stair circulation moving up, again, to a break between our front building and then the rest. And then these next three forms, that was previously the big block of the stair tower, the elevator tower, and the bike storage. We've broken that into three towers. So on the left is that slanted shed. That's the stair tower. So we've reduced that roof to the minimum. Next is an elevator shaft. Now, I did notice we didn't show the break in plan, but we do have the ability to break these in plan and intend to. So there might be like a foot or so where this elevator tower is pushed inboard. And then on the right, the last piece is the bike storage. Again, with a flat lid as low as we can make it, we're showing about 8-9 feet here. Moving to the right, then we get into sort of this is the north circulation side. So it does have sort of a hotel quality to it. But so the next block is between the two white masses. Actually, first, that portion where the hand is, that's about 20 feet back off the north property line. and then it zigs to this closer portion. So again, all the stacked circulation was feeling a little kind of repetitive. So we decided to add these 2 corner massing just to break up that, give a little bit of rhythm and create more of a building facade to both of these corners. I think that describes that. Let's continue to the next page, which is sections. So this one's perfect. So let's zoom in on that top one. This is our north-south. So this shows kind of the thin section through it. So again, to the right is our building, our neighbor building to the north. You see a little bit of gap, our elevator tower, circulation, our unit. So this shows nicely how we're stepping to the south. So again, circulation up to floors 2 and 3, then the penthouse units are pulled back significantly. And then the east-west is definitely bigger. So we can scroll down. It indicates, starting on the right, this is our front building over the podium, open circulation, breaking it north-south, and then the remainder of the units moving to the back. All the way till we get to, there we go, showing the stepping back to the property line. So that's the section. The other thing we prepared for today was, per the minutes, I think several board members asked for 3D massing. So let's pull those out. And what we'll do is we'll do a quick tour around the block. Please do note, this is simple massing, so it's not embellished with all the details. We just added enough to help describe the fenestration and massing the best as possible. So view number 1, we are on De La Vina looking at our property from across the street. Every view we've produced has accurate trees. We do view 1 with trees and then the next view with none, so you can see all the massing. We've also masked all the adjacent buildings as well. So here's view from across the street. And then if you click to the next page, the trees should move. So it gives you a little more context, buildings on either side of us and how they're masked. So let's continue on. Next view. We're just a little south down De La Vina. So again, there's our very significant trees along the parkway, and there's actually one hiding just between those as well. So here's our view with trees, and then the next slide without shows you without. So we wanted to show this view as open as we can. So in this view, you can obliquely see down that south side and the kind of the bigger massing towards the back of the property. So next slide. So here we've driven around onto De La Guerra. So we're on pretty close to De La Guerra Street. This is that surface parking lot to the north. These are existing scaled trees in that parking lot. And then so what you can see is our building beyond. So the podium, which is up against that parking lot there, and then how we're masked on the way up. And then what you do see is on the right, you catch there's that 2-story Craftsman that's existing. And then on the left of us, there's 2 existing buildings. Why don't we go to the next slide? It shows it a little more clearly. There you go. So all the adjacent buildings. So to the left of us, you can see there's that existing commercial building along the property line. And then even left of that, right in our foreground, that's that Barbareño building along the street. So we can, once you flip back with trees, just for context. And there we go.
And Ryan, I just wanted to clarify here. On this side of the property, it's actually Canon Perdido Street.
Canon Perdido, yes.
De La Guerra, Canon Perdido here.
Yep, thank you. And I will also point out this surface parking lot, what we're showing is about 2 feet higher than our property level. It's good to point out. So that's why the podium kind of benefits us with that podium wall. So let's go to the next slide. There we go. So here we just wanted to find you an image. To the left in the foreground is that 2-story Craftsman. So here's the rear of our project. Again, showing this is an existing palm tree on this property we're on. And then there's our eucalyptus on the other side of our fence. This is an existing fence that's there. And then again, showing our massing. So kind of the left half is that 3-story face over the podium. That's all that circulation. Yes, it's tall, but we think it's going to be fairly quiet. And then an oblique view looking, so we step back, there's that stair tower sitting on top of the podium. And then you get a hint of some trees of the podium and southern patio spaces kind of moving towards the front there. Here's a little hint of the little cottages on the south property line. And then you can click the next slide, it'll show it without landscape. There we go. So next slide is a view from the south. This, we just opted to, we've kind of hopped one more parcel just so you can see more of it. Again, we're seeing the larger residence to the right. Here's those 2 smaller structures. You get a hint of that Craftsman in the back right behind our project. And the reminder is the parcel we're actually taking this view on is where that historically significant Victorian is that's going to be relocated. And we're standing on that site of another AUD project, I think a 2- and 3-story project. So we thought this just showed you good context of our kind of the whole south side. And then I think there's one more set. Next slide. So finishing our circle. So we're a little farther down De La Vina looking up. In the foreground is our neighbor residence and then our project. So, and then click next slide. Showing the massing. Okay, so next slide. I think that's it. Is there any more? No, okay. So that concludes our tour around the block. Ed, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, Ryan, I think you did a great job. So we listened carefully to what the board said and moving things around. You can see how we responded as well with the neighbor comments too. And we're giving you all the elevations, 3D views with and without trees, so everyone can see and understand. We're pretty excited and happy with how what the refinements did for the project. We think it has a much better rhythm than it did before. Certainly pulling all the massing internal to the project and keeping the 3-story on De La Vina. I think it's a really strong AUD project for Santa Barbara. So we feel great about it, and yeah, we'd love to answer any questions and hear comments from the board.
Okay, thank you. We are going to open public comment now. We had a few emails, and I believe, Matthew, do we still have one hand raised?
We have a few. So for members of the public who would like to speak, we have quite a few. Please follow the instructions on the screen. There's a button that you'll press to raise your hand. That's how staff will know that you wish to speak. Everyone will have 2 minutes. There's no time sharing on these virtual meetings, so it's just you. So I'm just going to start from the top of the list that I have here. Fred Sweeney, you are being unmuted right now. And if we could pull up the slide that has the timer for 2 minutes. Fred, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, and we can hear you. So we'll start the timer and you're good to go.
Okay, thank you. I was looking at this in relationship to the edge conditions of AUDs. And many of you know that's an area I'm terribly concerned about. I'm concerned about the relationship of the elevator tower and how you get in to let a light into those wells that are on the existing building to the north, how you get it cleaned back in there, et cetera. I'm also concerned about the streetscape of the entire block. And this may be a question to staff. There are the lots immediately to the south and then the lot off of Cannon Perdido. Are they going to be available to 3- and 4-story AUDs? And the solar access and shading. A lot of this project will be in the shade if other projects come in next to it. There's also a palm tree at the back of the parking lot that shows on your site plan. And I have a question about, does that get taken out or does that get maintained. But I am concerned about the relationship of the elevator tower side of the building and its relationship to those window openings that are in the existing commercial building to the north. It seems to me that that whole area will be in shadow most all day long in the winter, certainly in the summer. I know there's no solar ordinance that applies to AUDs. I think that's unfortunate. And I think it's also unfortunate that we're not looking at form-based planning for this entire block to see how this building, this project will interact with future projects that come adjacent to that. So those are my concerns, and thank you.
Thank you. Who do we have next?
All right. So Mr. Sweeney, please put your hand down. That helps us get down the list. Thank you very much. Steve House. Can you hear me, Steve?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We sure can perfectly. All right,
Oh,
we'll
good.
start the timer.
Well, greetings, everybody. And Ryan and Ed, you know I have immense respect for your design abilities and your ability to resolve problems. But I would have to say that it's not thoughtful or respectful to locate the tallest and bulkiest mass adjacent to the only source of light and air for offices on the first and second floors of 829 Delavina. I would also point out that the front elevation, you know, the lovely watercolor, shows the elevator tower at a distance away from the property line of about 10% of the property width. But on the drafted plan, it's only about 5%. So if you are looking at that elevation, it's not that far away from 829 Delavina. It's half as far away. Since there was a previous proposal for an AUD on the parcel to the south, it's reasonable to expect there may be one in the future. But for now, it should respect what already exists. And I really feel that you should look at flipping the layout on its long axis so all the entry doors and noise of coming and going face away from 829 Delavina. If that were for some reason not possible, and I know that there's a consideration of the pine tree and massing and respecting all of that, but I think it probably could be done. But I think that the bicycle storage should move west on all stories and maybe even eliminate it on the fourth floor. And then you would have much more light going into the wells. And finally, story poles, I think, are very important so the neighborhood understands.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you, Mr. House. Could you please put your hand down and mute yourself at this time? Oh, I'll mute you, but you can put your head down. All right, so we have Cynthia Gumucio. Can you hear us, Cynthia?
Here? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
We'll start this.
Great. Hello, and thank you for hearing my public comment. I live directly behind the proposed development, and I'm strongly against it. It poses many real concerns and problems. For one, the site is now a parking lot with 48 spaces for the office employees. Where are those 48 cars going to park? The current lack of street parking is already an issue. But here are my ABR issues. The proposed construction is located in a historic Santa Barbara neighborhood. 2 doors down from this project is a Queen Anne style building constructed in 1888. There is also an 1870s area Italianate building on Delavina and so many more beautiful buildings in this neighborhood. This is clearly not compatible with this beautiful historic neighborhood. This proposed development is awkwardly scaled in relationship to its surroundings. The faded half opacity rendering of the fourth floor that we saw tonight is deceptive. This building's sheer bulk is inelegantly jammed between existing residents and the office building. The proposed building is the antithesis of the natural open architectural spaces and elegance that this city is known for. The destruction of the iconic palm tree is a real loss for this neighborhood. It's a beauty, anyone who's seen it. And in spite of what is said, I am really concerned about those trees. I think a second arborist needs to be consulted about the root structure danger to those beautiful trees, especially that 90-foot eucalyptus that is right up against the back of the building. New building construction is not the answer. City planning and the ABR need to turn their attention to where it should be, on redesigning the existing vacant buildings on State Street and throughout downtown and turning those into living spaces. The devastating number of vacancies will only increase as we make our way through this COVID-19 problem. Please do not approve this issue. Take a bigger picture view. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Cynthia. If you'll please put down your hand. And now we have Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp, can you test out your microphone?
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. I'm the owner of the subject office building next door at 829 De La Vina, and I have some comments to make. First of all, I want to thank the applicants for the changes and the revisions they made and the excellent presentation. My concerns are the total streetscape from Canon Perdido on both sides of De La Vina should be provided as part of the drawings. Story poles should definitely be required. The title sheet shows 829 as a 3-story building. Less than 50% of the second floor has the 3rd floor above. The 46-foot tall elevator tower looms over and shades the 2,700 square foot 3rd floor roof outdoor open space used by tenants. 12 offices of 829 gain light and ventilation with the opening windows through that 2 landscaped atriums. With this plan, they are going to almost be totally dark and without adequate ventilation. I suggest the following revisions be made to the project. Move the proposed elevator tower to the south side of the building. Reduce floor to floor height by 12 inches, and the entire residential portion be moved south, allowing more light and ventilation for 829 and this apartment project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Sharp, thank you. We have Gary Yensich. Gary, are you on?
This is Gary. Can you hear me?
Perfect. We'll start our clock.
Very good. I'm president of 826 Bath Street Homeowners Association, which represents the HOA at the narrow western end of your boundary. I'd like to thank the architects for attempting to make some adjustment and moving it back, at least somewhat from the western property edge, because it was a lot closer. I do appreciate that attempt at compromise. I think the changes that you've made generally help it look better, but I am kind of disturbed that the project's not in keeping with the neighborhood, as some other people have already mentioned, particularly in height. The 4 stories, there's nothing really else close by that goes up to 4 stories. You can look around the neighborhood. It's looming over. It's going to loom over somebody depending on what part of the property you put it on. So I'd like to suggest lopping off the top story, or the first story is basically parking, put it underground, put half of it underground, put 2/3 of it underground, you know, if you don't want to do the full story underground, because I realize excavation is an expense. But I feel that might be a helpful compromise to help with the height situation. And I'll yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Jensich. And then last but not least, we have Rick Clausen.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, I probably should sign in as pedestrian Rick, because my primary concern on every project is going to be the view from the pedestrian point of view. I'm primarily interested in the neighborhood compatibility of any building, but particularly this one. There are 3 structures of merit on that same block. Admittedly, 815 Delavina is going to be relocated, but there's still 800 and 810 on the other side of the street, which are in the Victorian styles, and they are structures of merit. And if you go further down the block to the 700 block, there are many in that style. And further up in the 900 block, you've got a building that's on the National Register of Historic Places. It's a very historically important neighborhood, and in fact, it's noted as a historic sensitivity area. I think that style matters, and I'm not convinced that the style that's portrayed in the concept drawings is a good one for the neighborhood. Secondly, I think that, and this has been mentioned earlier, I think the streetscape rendering needs to be broader. It needs to show the entire block to give viewers and the board members an opportunity to see what the effect of the building is going to be on the existing buildings. And third, I'm concerned about the south side windows. I looked at them and I counted them. There's 33 windows that are looking down on that current property. Admittedly, it may be moved, but right now it has no windows looking at it, and those neighbors are going to have 33 windows looking down at them now. I think the take-home message is the effect on the block character, the mass, bulk, and scale is a departure from what's existing there. That needs to be looked at. Soften the height contrast between a 4-story building project and the 2-story Victorian and the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. I'm not seeing any other hands. If we can put that slide up again for how to raise hands, just in case anyone missed it, there is a button that on your top right-hand corner, just under where that arrow is pointing there. There looks like a little hand with a green arrow on it. If you want to say anything, I'm not seeing anyone else. I'm going to turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We did also receive several emails regarding the project for public comment. One from Brad Pepper, who is opposed to the project due to issues of privacy, as he is immediately adjacent to the project, and neighborhood aesthetics, parking, concerns about a number of parking spaces being lost. And then next we had a letter from Mr. C. Gumushio, who is also opposed to the project. And I believe we heard from them already in public comment, but is opposed. And then there was one other we want to acknowledge. That was from Mr. Sharp. So we heard from him directly. So, okay, we're going to close public comment and move on to questions. So we can have the board return. And we have, do we have everybody? We have Mr. Whalen, we have Mr. Cunningham as well. Yes, no? Yep, there's, and Mr. Whalen is on the phone, I believe. Okay,
Let's start with questions. Richard, you want to start?
Sure. Let's go first. Can we get the plans up, please?
Then if we could trade 2 board members for the applicants, that would be great. Or one board member, so 2 applicants can.
It's fine.
Appear.
I'm out.
Yes.
So this is good, right? This right here, just a question on this east elevation. The elevator tower does not show the sloping roof, so that's an emission that I think is important to reflect the true mass of this thing. Is that correct, Ryan?
With
the sloping roof.
Yeah, that's why the support of those 3D views, those are perfectly accurate. So those are good supplement to this view.
Okay, if we could go to the south elevation, please. Yeah, now, is there not a south elevation between the De La Vina massing and the 4-story massing? It looks like you've omitted a corridor there. Is there not a corridor on the 3rd floor that would service those 3rd-story front units?
Can we go to the floor plan? I think up 2 or 3 sheets. Let's go to A102.
So that gray,
yes.
Gray corridor comes out and connects those front 3rd-story units. So there should be a reflective mass on that 3rd floor corridor, correct?
You're right. There's a discrepancy here, but what's not showing here, my apologies, is we were tucking in, moving that corridor to the right, so that can be open. I think that happened later than my sketches. So that middle unit would reduce and the circulation would be kind of towards the right, so it could be completely open. That was the desire.
Okay. That's a minor thing. We'll get to it. On the section, can we go to the sections? I realize, yes, I realize the cross section, the narrow one. I realize that this is early, but this doesn't seem to reflect your low and beautifully artistically drawn mansard roof and balcony, the balcony coverings. Is this plate height going to be it, or are you going to clip the ceilings here, or what?
Right, yeah, this is a much cruder graphic, so you're right there. So yeah, we understand we are pushing right up to this max height limit. So we aren't showing in the 3D model, we were getting a 312 pitch right up to that. I think it will require us to reduce that unit 19 down. You know, we're committed. The ownership group wanted a full, they didn't want fake mansards. They wanted a proper completed roof. So they're willing to start nudging things downward to obtain that. So right now we're showing 10-foot floor to floor. You know, so we're guessing early in the game now that's 8.6 ceilings, but maybe on the 4th floor we can reduce that down more with volume. But So yes, we know it's very tight and very close, but we think we can do that, even if it means nudging the project down a little bit.
Okay. So my next question, if we go to the second floor plan, this is kind of going towards a comment or a possible articulation. I know there's, let me be frank. I lived and worked in the second floor office in the north building, and took many breaks out on that first atrium, that closer to De La Vina. So I'm very sensitive about how this building is affecting the north neighbor. You see the bike storage. Is there a possibility that one could flip the bike storage and the open space? Now Ryan, I'm gonna show a diagram here that you could reconfigure. Can you see that, Brian?
Hang on. Yeah, I'm enlarging it. Yep.
So if one could flip and move the bike storage down to your jog in the building and kiss the open space up against the elevator, it would in fact take that 3-story bike story mass away from at least one of those roof wells. Is that or atriums, and take mass away from the roof patio of the northern neighbor? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, on the surface, I would say yes. I would just obviously like to test that out, but that's something we'd be open to and see how it works all the way down to the ground floor, and then calculating the open area. But yeah, certainly.
See, I'm retired now and looking for an architectural job, but if one moved that massing over, you could kind of begin to group the massing with your closed openings at the turn of that balcony. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've already chosen this mass. If this is over, you begin to collect. So that's a question.
I was going to say, are these questions?
Yeah. I guess my old pet peeve about, as long as we're here, you did allude to the fact that the elevator in graphics looks a lot deeper than it needs to be. You alluded to the fact that you could jog that and compress that.
Yeah.
So that's correct, right?
Yes.
Then as you, on the same floor, as you come up the stair from the street, you open that door, and then to your right, it appears to be a balcony wall in white. That is not correct, right? That would have to be a solid wall because of the exiting protection.
Yeah, just before this presentation, Ed and I were talking about that. So I'm not sure, but yes, we brought up the same concern.
I think your north elevation shows it correctly with it being solid wall.
Yeah.
Can we go to the north elevation? And this comment works as well with the south elevation also. It seems in the shaded area, Ryan, where you're texturizing or articulating the wall at the plinth, why is that needed? Are you anticipating that the building to the north will go away someday and you'll need that articulation?
No, I think it was just when building our elevation, just allowing those white masses to come all the way down to the ground. Yeah, perhaps no one will ever see it. I don't know. It just felt right to break the massing all the way down.
Yeah, I got it. And the same, I don't think we have to go there, but there's some, well, maybe on the south elevation, the impermanent, those weak, or can we go to the south elevation? Now those structures that are shaded, are represented shaded, those might come down very soon because of their character. So then I think there the texturizing and articulation you've done is appropriate. My final question and my pet peeve is with these changes in textures and the openings that you see, or implied openings that you see just to the right of the shaded area. Are you anticipating any change in plane?
Are you speaking of the second and third floors? That
on the plinth, on the first floor.
Yeah, you know, in the past couple projects these AED projects that we've now gone through detailing, as we often have somewhere between 1 and 3 inches of play. So, you know, nothing more significant than that. So the stucco might just be proud of like block by an inch or so, you know, something in that ballpark. So just enough to make sense, but nothing deeper than that.
Okay, very good. I think that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cunningham. Any questions?
I'm seeing what look like full roofs. Do you have any rooftop equipment? Or if you do, will it be enclosed in wells that we cannot see from these elevations?
We aren't proposing all these projects. The AED projects we've been doing, likewise, this one is not providing AC, so there'll be no condenser unit proposed. So typically no rooftop equipment or very little venting. So we're proposing now full roofs. If we need to provide equipment as we move forward, we would do a well. Basically, kind of the white massing is a little deeper, so we thought we actually could do a well along that ridge, but no, we don't need to provide any special rooftop equipment for this project.
Okay, thank you. Your south elevation in particular shows some landscaping at the ground floor level, but your site plan proves that not to be the case. Is that borrowed landscape from the adjacent property that you're showing?
Yeah, it is. So we showed that existing tree along the podium, and that hedge is just the existing landscape of our neighbor to the south.
Okay. Is there, I'm sorry, what I'm able to see on my laptop, I could not locate the Canary Island pine. Is it possible at all to manipulate the site plan to accommodate preservation of that, not pine, the Canary Island palm?
We can definitely study that. That's on that north side. We're currently, this is a very, maybe we want to go there really quick. Go next sheet. Does it show up on the first floor plan? Zoom. We can zoom into that survey as well. Maybe that's where it shows the best. So let's zoom in on that kind of back north corner. and we can locate it. So there it is, see that large circle? So it's just on our side of the property line. So, and now let's turn to our first floor plan. So we can study that, Mr. Cunningham. I mean, our challenge right now is this is the narrowest lot we think you can do one of these projects. So what you can see is we have our minimum double loaded parking distance and then our minimum corridor out. So to do so, we'd have to start employing compact spots or get some form of variance, which I don't know if we can or not, to even reduce that, to consider that. So so north to south, we're at our planning minimums currently. So I don't know, that would be a hard challenge at this point.
Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Black?
I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Mr. Olson?
Yes. Your floor heights, finished floor heights would indicate that if there were 8-foot finished floor heights and 11-foot finished floor heights in the garage, you might be able to lower this building by 4 feet. Do you think your owners would be willing to do that?
Why don't we turn to the section sheet to discuss this? So we can certainly take any feedback to the ownership team and to discuss. Let's go to that top one. So what we're currently showing is 10 feet. On the right are the dimensions. You can see, zoom in a little bit more. So on the ground floor for the podium, we are showing 12 feet. So again, we think that's pretty low. And then floor to floor is 10 feet. So assuming it's going to be a foot of structure, 1.5 feet of structure is what we're assuming this early in the game. So our ceiling heights are 8.5 feet in all 3 levels. So can we reduce all of that? It would be something we can absolutely take back to the ownership and request that. But
Ryan, I'm going to jump in here. Ryan, I'm going to jump in here. The answer is no, because we are already lower than what we would recommend for acceptable ceiling heights for this kind of dense living. In fact, as this board knows, the City Council and Planning Commission in the new multifamily discussion, there's been a big push to 48 feet, actually an increase of 3 feet, specifically for these types of projects, to increase add a foot to each of the livable levels to improve the livability for the folks. I just would not be comfortable recommending this to the client to reduce the floor height any lower. If anything, we support increasing the height a foot for each level, but that's not what the current rules and regulations are.
So are you suggesting that a finished floor height of 8 feet is not livable?
Not for this kind of unit, no. Small spaces are very narrow. There's not a lot of light, and they're deep. So having that additional foot of height is really important. Even the 6 feet makes a big difference.
And I was just, Ryan, you mentioned that the floor to floor was 10 feet. If you assume a 1 foot floor construction wise, that got you to 8.5 feet. So I didn't wonder, where did that other 6 inches go?
No, I would say, again, we're very early in the game. We usually assume 1 foot to 1.5 feet. Ed, I don't know if you want to weigh in. 1.5 feet is probably more reasonable. We just don't like to paint ourselves in the corner this early. We're leaving room to tighten things up as we go, but we haven't been seeing a 12-inch structure in any of these projects. They're usually 1.5 feet.
Well, and there's buildups of floors for acoustical reasons and sloping as well. So, yeah, it's close. Our experience is closer to 16 to 18 inches.
Second question, your drawings indicate that the windows, and especially on the north and the south elevations, look like it's recessed windows. How do you intend to do that?
On the north? Did you mention specifically the north?
Well, I think most all of the windows that you've drawn would indicate that there's details there that read as if they're recessed.
Yeah, well, sorry, Mr. Olson. So yeah, I can address that. So what we're seeing, particularly on the north and the west, they look like very deep openings because they are. Those are punches in the circulation. So that's 5 feet deep. There, likewise, that's a 5 foot. That's circulation you're seeing. Those are penetrations in that outward wall. Let's go to the south is really where you're probably more interested. So again, I think we've solved these in past projects. So there's a couple strategies. Again, we think we're trying to always be efficient and cost effective with these. So we would always recommend a 6-inch wall is where we're starting. Sometimes we're getting an extra inch out of those walls with exterior foam. So we're achieving often 4.5 inches of depth. That's probably the right balance. But when we need to go even deeper with larger scale openings, we can return, do a little extra furring if that's required. But again, we find that never cost effective, but so we can, when appropriate, we can deepen windows in these units just by returning the wall or furring the specific walls a little deeper.
I'm not intending to tell you that you need to do that. I'm just saying that the drawings indicate that you have given that a lot of consideration, and I'm just wondering how you would do that. That's all my questions.
Okay. Got a couple of questions. If we go back to that section view that we were looking at before, zoom in there. Talk to me about this 4th floor. And right now you're showing on the 4th floor, you've got a floor to, looks like plate height of 10 feet. Is that correct?
Yep.
And now is your intention to vault the roof?
No, I mean, I'd have to double check this section. We know we have about 3 feet to accomplish, a 3 and 12 to a ridge. We might be a bit shy. That's why that top floor may have to come down a tiny bit. But yeah, it does look a little too close here.
Is the plate intended to start, or is the plate intended to be at 10 feet for unit 19?
The plate at 10 feet, no, that can come down. That can come down.
Okay, so this section isn't fully realized with a real roof on it. This is just
okay. Correct.
I think it's outdated, Ryan. The model perspective is more complete and accurate. So this particular drawing, the generation behind.
Right.
Okay. And then if we were to go, I guess if you scroll down to the other long section. So at the back of the project, to the left there. So you have this circulation that's sort of quasi-enclosed and partially open on the 4th floor. Is there a reason, is there any objection to removing the 4th floor covered walk, or the covering over the walkway? Is there a reason you would need that? Or is it just a nice to have kind of thing?
Yeah, good question. We're showing it as convenience. I don't believe it's required. It's something we can kind of circle back around and discuss with the team.
Okay. Maybe we can flip to the elevation sheet that shows this view, or the south elevation, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So might take some finessing, but you might remove some mass at the back. Okay. All right. And sorry, I forgot, Mr. Whalen, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, let's move into comments then. Richard, do you want to start?
Sure. You know, folks, we're in a new mindset, a new genre that we're going to, and I'm speaking to the public mostly. We, you know, to do story polls, to do a bigger streetscape, to consider historic sensitivity is just not, I see that as not efficient, because if this goes to city council, the mindset is that this is a workable, and this is the new deal. This is the mindset, and to have these extra tools just to see how big it's going to be, or these tools to fight taking it down or decreasing the number of bedrooms or setting it more radically back, I think is done and not, it's not in the cards for, I don't think it's worth it. Having said that, I think, you know, so I think the overall mass book and scale we're going to have to live with, even in this area, with the surrounding structures and the historic structures and so forth. Having said that, I think the design is, I think the applicants have done a very good job in attempting to minimize the mass of this new genre. I think that they have certainly improved it since the last time. The movements back and forth, the reductions and so forth are very commendable, and making the project a lot more palatable. I am concerned, Ryan, with the drawings. They are very nice. They're very artful. You know, we see a lot of texture, and I'm worried that as reality sinks in, it's like, especially the top fourth floor hat, as we already kind of spoke about. You know, the drawings at this stage are very nice. I'm worried that it'll be interesting to see this next time around when we get more real. So I'm a little concerned that the drawings are they're still art, and making it look better than it might be when reality creeps in. I appreciate that the applicant has made efforts to, again, respect the light wells or the atriums, whatever you call them, and are much better than last time. They have stepped back from those roof wells. I do suggest talking with the owner to the north, Don Sharp, in regards to my considerations for flipping the bike storage or redistributing the bike storage. He might not want to look at a blank wall, or he might want to look at a blank wall as opposed to having people stare down from a balcony, even at 10 feet away. I think that I do think that you should take and push that elevator to the south as much as possible, and take that extra jog in the in that wall between the stair and the back of the elevator. And I would suggest exploring further lowering the stair tower roof. There's a lot of waste, as you know, you all know, when you walk into an elevator at the top floor, there's a lot of headroom as you go down down to the next flight and the next flight after that. If there's any way to make a lower, even chopping the roof or a asymmetrical hip or whatever, that would be more sympathetic with the neighbor to the north, sucking that roof down to the minimum head heights as that stair falls. I would relook at the north plinth, relook at the unnecessary texture and the railing against the north neighbor. I think that it brought to my attention, looking at the 3D models, it would be when we get up this high, the soffits of the fourth floor, if those could be vaulted, and you see the wood beams and sloping up and so forth, it would allude to the roof above, because at that height, nobody around sees the top of the roof, and it would be nice to appreciate and make the architecture much more rich if we could see the underside of the fourth floor balcony structures. And another thing that I've learned is that as we look into the parking structure, it's important to get the header as low as possible and maybe even wide, so it helps screen all the fire piping and all the necessary spaghetti on the ceiling of the garage. And also I've seen projects where there'll be banks of gas meters and whatever equipment each side of the entry, and I'm hoping that I'll be looking for avoidance of that. So as we look into the garage, we don't see a lot of that stuff. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olson?
Yes, the first one is for staff, and Matthew, this perhaps is not the right time to discuss this, but at some point I would like to hear the logic behind not presenting previous discussions with this project or perhaps others to share that with us. So,
yeah, I can definitely. So we are, I apologize if I wasn't clear. I realized I didn't say that correctly. We do still carry comments forward when there is a formal motion made. The purpose of the pre-application review is really supposed to be informational for applicants so that they know that they can move forward with investing in plans and perhaps property. So it's really meant to be an informal review. It's been very clear to us from the city attorney's office that pre-application must be handled as a separate application, and they need to be completely two separate entities. It has to do with the California Permit Streamlining Act, and I don't personally know the legal ins and outs of why that determination was made, but we have been advised that when there is a pre-application, we do record the comments, they do make it into the minutes, but they do not carry forward to the subsequent submittal of a formal application. So for when this moves forward, we will have all the minutes that you generate from this meeting moving forward, and we'll work on getting those available through the PowerPoint that we're working on. We'll just have it sort of be a slide so that we can remind ourselves. And we apologize for not having that for other items, but yes, on this one, we wouldn't carry forward those comments from the pre-application review.
Thank you, Matthew. I have two more comments. First of all, I appreciate the revisions you've made from, even though we're not talking much about the previous presentation, I think that it's a big improvement over that previous one. I also appreciate your presentation. It makes it quite, I think there's some, previously we had thought that there might not be enough information for us. And I think this was a big improvement presentation-wise also. That's all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Black.
I don't really have a lot to add. I appreciate the comments that have been made already. I would say that I thought the presentation was very thoughtful, and there's a lot of good things about the project. Obviously, it's not a project that's going to make everyone happy, but this is the world we live in. But so it'll be interested to see how it works out moving forward. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham.
I'd just start by saying that I heard the public comment, and it's given me cause to think about this. And I'd like to respond to Board Member Six's comments about basically being obligated to approve a project of size just because that's what the law says. The law doesn't say that we have to approve 4-bedroom units or 3-bedroom units. Basically, we have to approve a number of units, but they do not have to be big. And I'm obviously not a real estate marketing expert, but kind of seems to me that 3 4-bedroom units along with 14 studio units is kind of an odd mix. And so I think that this, in spite of the fact that I like the design of the project, I like the presentation. I think the architects have done a very good job of explaining it to us. I think there is room to reduce the mass, bulk, and scale of this building by focusing on the sizes of the units, the numbers of bedrooms and probably bathrooms as well, and doing whatever is possible to lower the floor of parking garage to just make this a smaller project, but still preserving the number of units. Yes, the neighborhood is going to go this way, but I don't think it needs to. I don't think that this needs to set an example of hugeness on a small site. I understand that the palm tree is probably not preservable, and that's okay. I appreciate the fact that the eucalyptus has been preserved and the adjacent Canary Island pine on the southern property to the south is being preserved. But I think that efforts need to be to reduce the overall size, bulk, and scale. I would like to the applicant to consider what I would think would be a more traditional siding rather than stucco. A shake or hard shake siding might be a little more in keeping with the neighborhood's architectural styles. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I think it needs to be reduced in its mass, and I would like to see that happen. With regard to the removal of the street tree on De La Vina Street, I understand. I don't see how the project can avoid that, but you do need to make an application to the City Parks Division to get that tree removed, and there may be a requirement to replace it. Just an advisory there. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whalen, comments?
Yes, thank you. I'm really just going to generally reiterate what others have seen. This project is a transition in this neighborhood that is transitioning between this no lot line setback building of no particular merit to these elegant, well-crafted homes of the last century. It's a huge challenge, and this building, this can be an example of how it's done. I just don't think that it's been pushed far enough. For example, as others have said, depressing the height and bulk. This can be done by lowering the garage, reducing the number of floors, the floor-to-floor height. I would suggest taking cues from other older homes of the last century where the roof lines pull from one floor to the next, disguising two floors as one, thus mitigating its bulk. And I think it's a nod to the past and a way of achieving a density without looking like a great big hulking density. Moreover, the public comment about the street side impression, this is what everybody is going to remember. The large gaping hole of garage really works against this. I don't see any way around it because of the narrow lot, but I do value the pedestrian street side impression. And I may have missed it, but is the mechanical vault, the electrical vault still sitting out front there? If so, every effort should be made to have a pleasant front yard that doesn't have some big mechanical blob in front of it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Gosh, I agree with a lot of the comments. I think the applicant has done a good job in listening to our PRT comments and really sucking the mass inwards and trying to minimize the impact on the neighborhood. I think there's a couple of areas where one at the rear elevation, as much as I like that on the third floor, that interior walkway and then the punched opening, giving lots of shadow and all of that, I think it just adds to the general mass of the building. And I think if you could open that back up, it would definitely at least appear from that side that it was a stepping down slightly towards the back and might go a ways in decreasing the overall massing on that side. As far as the neighbor to the north, I'm kind of two minds. You know, they built their building on the property line, and yes, they put in these light wells, and you know, unfortunately, this being where it is located, it was likely that somebody was going to come along and build up right next door. So I sympathize with them, but I also, you know, they've also pushed themselves up against the property line. I would say that, and I think it was mentioned previously, that elimination of some of that bike storage on the fourth floor, or even fourth and third floor. I don't know that you need 40 bikes for this number of units. Sure, it's nice, but it's also adding to the overall massing of the building by just providing that much space. And if you could eliminate the third and fourth levels of the bike storage, that might, you know, get enough light down into those wells to make a drastic difference for them. And you know, I think the overall aesthetics of the project, I think are nice. I agree. Maybe some study could be made of a siding version instead of all stucco. maybe that would be more appropriate in this particular block. I don't know. And I think every effort should be made to, on that 4th floor, to bring that plate height down, and it makes sense to vault that roof and, you know, take advantage of that volume, but and therefore pull that plate height down. You're going to get a more livable, beautiful interior space if you can vault that ceiling. Those are my comments.
Mr. Chair, I have a few more. I'll try to be short. I know it, but this project has a lot of associates of mine involved. First of all, I want to compliment. It's an excellent presentation. Second, in regards to flipping, I think we heard public comment to flip the whole project so circulation was on the south, and that just doesn't work. First of all, then all the private living spaces would be looking at the project to the north. And second, I can't see supporting, one tenant roof deck to the sacrifice of, I don't know how many, 17 units, not allowing them to face south and appreciate the southern views and so forth, the southern sun and so forth. I think that's where it has to go. A minor thing, the balconies on the west side, even though they're balconies for the circulation, I think the 2nd and 3rd floor railings could be more opaque to give the neighbors to the west a more sense of privacy. And my comments in regards to the new genre of building, I didn't mean to say that the applicant shouldn't continue to study different ways to reduce the mass spoken scale. I think as it refines that should be the direction. However, my hand was bitten when I went to Planning Commission on lowering garage because of costs. We're going to see more of these, and I think that we shouldn't just accept that lowering the garage 2 to 3 feet is. I think we should question it every time, because I don't think we should make the assumption that lowering the project into the ground by 2 to 3 feet will break the bank on these projects. So I think we still should hold that as a challenge. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we could have all the board members up, and Ryan, if you could take yourself off. Thank you. All right. Okay. We need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I think you should make the motion. I'm not. I will make comments of the motion, but I'm not going to make the motion.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're here. and concept review, no final appeal decision. So I'm going to make a motion for a continuance back to the full board with the following comments.
Mr. Chair, is that a indefinite or a 2-week?
Well, I mean, I'd like to give them the option, a 2-week continuance, and then they can.
Yeah, perhaps we should go through the motion first and then ask if they can make those changes.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, with the following comment, that the board appreciates the efforts and the drawings that have been presented by the applicant, and appreciates the changes that have been made through the PRT process. The board would like the applicant to study all means of reducing the overall height and mass of the project. And that would include restudying the arrangement and number of bike parking spaces on the 3rd and 4th level, reducing the at the west elevation, reducing the amount of enclosed exterior circulation area. Study removing the covering at the 4th floor along the west elevation. Let's see. Study options for the 4th floor plate height and options for vaulting the roof structure to allow for greater volume within the units, but with a lower plate height. Study potentially exterior siding as finish in lieu of all stucco. The board appreciates the applicant reworking the project to accommodate the existing large trees in the area. That's what I've got for the moment.
Mr. Chair, I will second that motion on the condition that we add consider reduction of the numbers of bedrooms or the unit sizes and lowering the garage floor.
Well, we can't ask them to remove numbers of bedrooms.
We cannot. My understanding is that we can.
The
last city attorney can find this.
Mr. Chair, Board Member Cunningham, that is correct. We cannot regulate the number of bedrooms and units as the city.
Okay, then square footage and perhaps bath.
All right, we did, part of the motion was to explore all means of reducing the size of the project, but we can be specific. And explore reducing sizes of the units. Any other discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think being specific to reducing the mass spoken scale, I think Bob's comment regards to explore the feasibility of lowering the garage level by 2 to 3 feet is something we should maintain in our comments. I think that the reduction of the depth of the elevator shaft should be explored to move it further away from the north property line. And I think that in deference to those neighbors to the west, that opaque balcony railings should be more opaque. Balcony railings should be looked at the west elevation. Are you willing to include those in your motion?
I'm willing to include moving the elevator to the greatest extent possible and to study using opaque railings at the west and north elevation. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's just the west.
Okay.
The narrow end elevation.
Yeah. Now, to get back to the garage comment, are you asking them to excavate and ramp down into a garage?
That's right. Well, however, as much as possible. I think we should challenge these. I think we should challenge all of these projects. I know that the project on 129 Haley, we couldn't do that because of toxic soil. So that was, infeasible. But here, we don't have that same issue.
Well,
Mr. Chair, I agree. During one of my previous stints on ABR, I recall being told by staff that we are under no obligation to consider the cost of the project. I know that may sound harsh, but our task is to approve an aesthetically acceptable project regardless of cost. So I think we do need to consider lowering the parking garage.
well, I guess I'm not in favor of that so much, but I'm happy to include it, and the applicant can explore that option and tell us if it's a feasible option. And they may very well come back and say it's just not cost effective. So, and I'm not sure how we would know, right? So that puts us in a bit of a bind. But I will include in the motion that the applicant shall study ramping down into a garage space to reduce the height, the complete height of the building by 24 inches. So that's
Okay.
that's
The seconder agreed. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're obligated to keep the question out there and keep the challenge forward. And I agree. I'll support the motion as stated.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion?
Mr. Olson, I believe you're muted, but I do see your lips moving.
Thank you, Matthew. So I didn't quite understand, Chairman Moore, your comment about lowering the building 2 feet. Does that mean that that is in addition to that lowering that might occur because of lowering plate heights?
I believe that was the intent, yes.
I wouldn't want it to be taken otherwise.
Okay.
Good point.
Okay, if that's it, let's call the vote.
All right. Board
Hey, Chair
member-
Moore.
Uh,
Sorry to interrupt. I didn't quite understand that last couple round of comments. Height of plates versus going down. Is the desire just 2 feet shorter would matter how we do it? I just want clarification on that point.
No.
No, the comment from the board was garage floor below grade by 2 feet and reduce plate heights to the greatest extent possible.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's
Continue with the motion. Okay, Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whalen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Chair Moore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to the applicant
Thank you.
team.
I'd like to make a comment. Do we have time for one more comment? In addition to this being a 6-hour meeting, and we also didn't have to do the last one, which might have taken it another hour, I would like to think that this is tough work to remain really careful about all these details that are so important. And I think that it's also not quite fair to those that are at the end of a meeting that's now that could be 6 hours long. So I know, Matthew, that as far as staff is concerned, it's really very hard to try to figure out how to plan these meetings. But I encourage you to not to do what you can do to not extend these meetings.
I'm sorry?
Which part do you want me to read?
No, sorry, the last bit. I didn't hear the last bit, that we do our best to.
I urge you to do what you can to shorten these meetings, to not let them go to 6 hours. I just think it's not fair to the applicant as well.
Understood. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are. That is an ongoing conversation during these times. Just a point of clarification, if we could open the item back up. I don't believe we determined if it was indefinite or 2 weeks. So
let's reopen the item. And question to the applicant, is that something you feel you can do by the Wednesday prior to the meeting?
Chair, I'll jump in here. Ed Devisone, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. I really thank you and the board for all the feedback. I think we have the confidence to start with the engineering team. That's going to help us study some of the things you asked us. So because of that, an indefinite continuance would be appropriate.
Okay, then indefinite continuance.
And
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to vote again. So we'll go down the line one last time. Okay.
Okay.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whalen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Chair Moore.
Yes. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And then we'll move on to item number 6.
Yes, and so just to clarify, we'll have this open. We did not receive electronic copies of these plans in time. We will ask that you open the item and continue it 2 weeks to the next agenda.
Okay. We're going to open item number 6, which is 1225 Liberty Street. And I'm going to move that we continue this to the next. Mr. Cunningham, please, let me talk. We're going to move to continue the project 2 weeks to the next agenda.
All right. And
Second.
the applicant is here. Ms. Ubaldo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I know. Does 2 weeks work for you for that continuance?
Yeah, that is perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
We
you.
needed to know. Thank you.
Right. We don't need to vote?
No, we do. So the motion is for a 2-week continuance back to the full board. Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Whalen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Chair Moore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, great. And with that, we will close our meeting for April 20th, the ABR. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
guys.
Thanks.
Take care.
Thank you.